Close your eyes. Let everything outside this moment soften and fade. The room is still. The noises of the day have grown quiet, like a distant echo that no longer concerns you. You are not here to make an effort. You are not here to solve a problem. You are here to receive. Let your body rest where it is. If you are lying down, feel the weight of your body supported completely. There is nothing you must hold up. The bed, the chair, the couch carries you. You do not need to move a finger. You do not need to lift a hand. For this little while, you are free from every duty and every task. Take a slow breath in and let it go. Again, gently in and out. With every breath, feel the muscles of the body relaxing. The feet grow quiet. The legs grow heavy. The stomach loosens. The chest softens. The shoulders drop. The face becomes smooth, as though all the lines of worry were being erased. The tongue rests quietly in the mouth. The eyes behind the lids grow calm and still. You have nothing to prove to anyone now. You are not being measured. You are not being judged. I am not asking you to try harder or to do better. I am asking you only to listen and to feel. For a little while, let my imagination be your imagination. Let my words paint the picture, and allow yourself to enter it as though it were the most natural thing in the world. You do not need to concentrate with strain. You do not need to force anything. You simply allow the scene to form in you the way a dream appears when you are drifting to sleep. Now in this stillness, I want you to notice that your hands are not empty. In imagination, look down at them. There, resting in your fingers, is a small piece of paper. You did not have to reach for it. You did not have to chase it. It is already there. It lies across your palm, light and familiar, like something you have held many times before. Yet this time it is different. You become aware that you are holding a lottery ticket. See it clearly now. The paper is slightly stiff, not rough, not smooth, something in between. It bends a little as your fingers curl around it. You can feel the tiny ridges where the numbers are printed, the faint indentation of ink pressed into the surface. Your thumb moves idly across it, and you sense the edges against your skin. You lift it a little closer and let your eyes focus on the row of numbers. There they are. For a moment you see only shapes, the pattern of digits. Then, as though a light were turned on within you, the recognition flashes. You know these numbers. You know them in the same way you know your own name. You have seen them before, not on a screen, not on a wall, but in your imagination. And then the realization begins to rise. First it comes as a small spark. Could it be? Your heart gives a quick, startled beat. Your breath catches for just a moment. The world around you seems to pause, as though waiting with you. You look again, more carefully now. You see the first number. It matches. Your chest tightens, a pleasant tension, like the drawing of a bow. You see the second number. That too is the same. A warmth begins to move up from your stomach into your chest. The third number, it matches exactly. Now the spark has become a flame. Your eyes move faster across the line, counting, checking, silently confirming each digit. Fourth, fifth, sixth, every single one aligns with perfect precision. The numbers on the ticket and the winning numbers, wherever they have been announced in the world, are one and the same. There is no mistake. There is no doubt. In this moment, you know with absolute certainty. You have won. Let yourself feel that. Do not rush away from it. Do not brush it off with a casual thought. This is the moment for which so many dream and long, and you are standing in the center of it. Your heart begins to pound, not in fear, but in astonishment and joy. You can almost hear it in your ears, a steady, powerful drum. Your breath comes a little quicker, short inhalations, longer exhalations, as the body tries to catch up with the magnitude of what has just happened. Your hands tremble slightly. You feel the faint, delightful shake in your fingers as they tighten around the ticket, as though your very body were shouting, "Look, look what has happened." You rate the numbers again, once more, from left to right, slowly this time. You do not want to miss a single detail. Again, every digit, is the same. Again, the realization rolls through you, this time deeper, heavier, more solid. It's real, you think? This is it. This is the one. I have done it. I have won. Feel that sentence as though it were rising from the center of your being. I have won. Not, I will win. Not, I hope to win. Not, perhaps, someday. But I have won. With those words, a wave passes through you, beginning at the crown of your head, flowing down your neck, over your shoulders, through your chest, down your arms, into your hands, all the way to your fingertips, gripping the ticket. It is a wave of relief, of joy, of release, like air rushing into a room that has been closed for many years. The burden you have carried, perhaps for a long time, begins to loosen. Thoughts of bills, of debts, of obligations, of limits dissolve at the edges. They grow faint, like shadows at noon. For a few precious moments, they are simply not there. There is only this, the knowledge that abundance has arrived. You do not yet know how you will share the news. You have not yet decided what you will buy, what you will pay, where you will go. All of that can come later. For now there is only this one moment, like the peak of a wave rising above the sea. Stay here. Notice your body. Feel the warmth in your chest, the tingling in your face, perhaps the lightness in your stomach, the slight weakness in your knees, even though you are lying or sitting. The body believes the message it receives from imagination. It responds as though this were happening in the outer world, because in truth, for consciousness, this is happening now. Listen inwardly. Hear the sound of your own voice, perhaps only in the mind, perhaps whispering aloud, I've won. I've actually won. Perhaps a laugh escapes you, an incredulous, delighted laugh. Perhaps you hear yourself exclaiming, no, it can't be, it can't be. And yet you know that it is. Hear also the sounds around you in this imaginal scene. Maybe you are alone in a quiet room. You hear the faint ticking of a clock, the distant sounds of city or countryside, the murmur of life continuing outside your door, unaware that your world has just changed. Or perhaps you are in a place where others are present. You hear the low hum of voices, the rustling of paper, the movement of chairs, the sounds of feet on the floor. All of it continues. Yet for you, everything is different. The light seems brighter, even if your eyes are closed. Colors, if you choose to see them, look sharper, more vivid, as though a veil has been removed from your sight. You feel more alive, more awake, more present than you have in a long time. Take another slow breath as you breathe in. Imagine you are breathing in this new life, this new certainty, this new identity, as one who has won. As you breathe out, let go of the tension you still hold from the old story, the old life, the old belief in struggle and lack. You are not trying to make this happen. You are not straining to push something into existence. You are standing in the finished act and letting it be real to you. Now I want you to notice something very important. You did not work your way into this moment by effort in the outer world. In this exercise, you did not fill out any forms. You did not stand in any queue. You did not count coins or notes. You did not argue with anyone. You did not calculate probabilities. You simply allowed yourself to see, to feel, to accept a certain scene within your imagination. You did not create this victory by force. You accepted it. The entire scene, from the first spark of recognition to the flood of joy, has unfolded in you without the lifting of a single finger. Your body lies still. Your eyes are closed. Yet in you a great event has taken place. This is the first secret I would have you learn tonight. You do not have to strive to make reality. Imagination is reality in its first and most powerful form. What you accept as true in imagination and feel as real must in time appear in the outer world. You are not pushing the world to give you a winning ticket. You are aligning yourself with the version of you for whom the winning ticket is already a fact. In this moment, as you hold that ticket in imagination, you are stepping into the life where this has already happened. You are entering a state, a way of being, that says, "This is done." You are not begging, you are not wishing, you are not hoping from a place of lack. You are accepting, you are assuming. Now notice the difference. When a man begs, his whole being cries, "I do not have." When a woman pleads, her whole being declares, "It is far from me." When you spend your energy saying, "One day, perhaps, if only, I hope," you are confessing, "I am separate from what I desire." Begging keeps the desired thing at a distance. Hoping keeps it in the future. Striving, when rooted in fear, says, "It is hard for me to receive." But assumption speaks another language altogether. Assumption says, "I am, I have, it is mine." Assumption is calm. Assumption is simple. Assumption is quiet, but it is unshakable. In this quiet room, with your body at rest, you have taken upon yourself the feeling of the one who has already won. You did not ask permission. You did not check with the world first. You simply stepped into it. That is what I am teaching you to do. Not once, not twice, but as a way of life. Take another look. At your hands in imagination, there is the ticket, still resting against your skin. You can lift it closer to your face. You can lower it and feel it lying loosely in your palm. You can fold it gently, or keep it open. However you choose to see it, know this. The possession of it in imagination is the act of assumption. You need not concern yourself now with the path by which this inner act will be mirrored in the world of senses. The path is not your work, the outcome is your work. Your task is to occupy the end, the feeling of the wish fulfilled. I invite you now to surrender to this. For these hours you are with me. Lay down every question of how. Lay down every argument of reason, every calculation of odds, every story you have heard about men and women who tried and failed. Those belong to another state, another self, another life. You are not that man now. You are not that woman now. Say gently within yourself, "For now I let go. For now I cease from trying. For now I am willing simply to feel. Allow me to do the speaking. Allow me imagination to do the working." Your part is the easiest part of all. You receive. You receive this picture. You receive this feeling. You let it sink into you, the way water seeps into dry ground. If tonight you drift into sleep while hearing my voice, do not resist it. It is a holy thing. For when the body sleeps, the deeper self, what I call the subconscious, remains awake, and it hears more clearly than in the noise of the day. So rest. Rest in the certainty that in this inner world where the true causes of life are set in motion, you already hold the winning ticket. Your heart has already leapt with joy. Your breath has already quickened. Your hands have already trembled with delight. You have already whispered, "I have won." And all that remains for the outer world is to catch up. You are not here to do anything. You are here to allow the truth of your own imagination to impress itself upon the deep of your being, until what is real inwardly must show itself outwardly. So once more, before we go further, look down in imagination at your hands. There lies the ticket. Feel it, see it, see it, know it as yours. Feel again the certainty. I have won. It is done. This is my new life. And now, simply rest in that. There are, in truth, only two kinds of people in this world. Not the rich and the poor, not the fortunate and the unfortunate, not the clever and the dull. Those divisions belong to the world of appearances, and the world of appearances is only the shadow cast by deeper realities. The real division is this: there are those who trust in appearances and those who trust in imagination. There are those who rely on odds, statistics, effort, and all the visible mechanisms of the outer world. And there are those who understand that the inner world, the world of assumption, is the true cause of everything that appears on the stage of life. Look at the first kind of person, the one who trusts in odds, in probability, in what men have recorded in books and declared to be fact. He studies numbers. He listens to others who say, "It is impossible," or "the chances are too small," or "people like us do not experience such things." He looks at what has happened before and believes that the past must repeat itself. He examines statistics and accepts them as boundaries. He works and struggles and strains because he believes effort alone can raise him. But what does he truly confess? Even if he never speaks it aloud, he says, I am limited. He says, my fate is outside of me. He says, I must hope, I must wait, I must do much before anything can happen. This man lives as a servant of the visible world. He waits for circumstances to change before he believes anything new is possible. Yet the second kind of person, the rare one, trusts not in odds, but in imagination. He knows that the outer world bends to the inner world. He understands that assumption, not effort, is the great secret of creation. This one looks at the same statistics, the same numbers, the same conditions, and he does not bow to them. He says instead, what appears before me is only the echo of what I have assumed in the past. If I desire a new echo, I must assume a new state. And so he turns inward. He closes his eyes. He imagines the scene he desires. He feels its reality, and he assumes, quietly, confidently, that what he has seen within is already true. To the world, this may seem foolish. To those who worship facts, this may seem unreasonable. But the one who knows the law understands something the world does not. The facts of life are the creations of imagination, not its masters. Let us look together at the difference between wishing and assuming, for many confuse the two. When a man wishes, he declares, I want this, but I do not yet have it. Every wish carries inside it the confession of lack. It is the child reaching for a toy behind a window, believing it is separate from him. It is the woman who says, one day perhaps, and in saying so, postpones the fulfillment into a distant future. Wishing implies absence. Wishing strengthens the feeling of distance. Wishing keeps the desire alive, but unreal. But assumption says, it is mine. Assumption says, it is done. Assumption says, I am. Assumption contains no request, no plea, no strain. It is a quiet inner shift, a movement of being. It is the difference between standing outside the feast and sitting at the table. When you assume something, you are not acting as one who is waiting. You are acting as one who possesses. This is the great truth. The world outside you is a mirror. Nothing more, nothing less. It reflects with perfect precision what you accept as true within yourself. If within you accept the state of lack, the world mirrors lack. If within you accept the state of waiting, the world mirrors waiting. But if within you accept the state of fulfillment, the world must mirror fulfillment. It cannot do otherwise. Now understand this. You are not moving toward your desire. This is one of the greatest misconceptions a man can hold. Desire is not a distant object pulling you through time. It is a state of consciousness, and when you occupy that state, everything consistent with it is drawn into your world. You do not chase the desire. The desire comes to you because you have aligned yourself with the version of you for whom it is already a fact. When you assume, I have won, you are not merely thinking a pleasant thought. You are entering the state of the winner. And once you are in that state, life arranges itself to echo your inner condition. All your actions, without strain, will flow from that state. All the circumstances necessary will rise naturally. You do not force the bridge of events. It unfolds around you like a road appearing beneath your feet. Let me give you a picture to make this clearer. Imagine an actor stepping onto a stage. Before he speaks his lines, before he moves his body, before he interacts with the set, he must first assume the role. He must take upon himself the identity of the character. He must think the thoughts of that character. He must feel as that character feels. He must breathe as that character breathes. If he merely pretends, the audience senses it. But if he embodies the role, if he assumes it so completely that even he forgets his old self, then everything that follows is natural, convincing, inevitable. This is what I ask of you. not to pretend you have won, but to assume the state of the one who has. There is a great difference between pretending and assuming. Pretending says, I know this is not real, but let me play with it for a moment. Assuming says, this is the truth of my being, and everything else must adjust. Pretending is weak, temporary. Assumption is strong, enduring. Pretending is a performance for the mind. Assumption is a declaration to the subconscious. Now let us return together to the scene of your winning, but this time you are not merely imagining it as though watching a story. You are assuming it as your reality. You are stepping into the state of the one for whom this is a completed fact. Close your eyes once more, and let everything around you grow quiet again. See your hands, feel the ticket, but now do not see it as a possibility. Do not see it as a wish. Do not see it as something you hope will one day occur. See it as the finished act. The numbers match, not as a surprise, not as an improbable event, but as something entirely natural to you. Your reaction is still joyous, still profound, but it is not the joy of a miracle. It is the joy of recognition. This is your life now. This is your state. Feel the quickening of your heart again, but this time let it settle into a steady rhythm of certainty. Feel your breath rising and falling with calm assurance. Feel the weight of the ticket as something familiar, something you have held before. Say within yourself, this is not imagination as fantasy. This is imagination as truth. I am assuming the state of the winner. Let the words sink into you, not as affirmations repeated in hope, but as statements of identity. I am the one who wins. I am the one who holds the ticket. I am the one for whom fortune flows. I am the one whose world rearranges itself to match my assumption. Hold this feeling gently, without strain. This is the law in action. You are not forcing anything. You are not trying to change the outer world by effort. You are simply occupying the inner state from which the outer must follow. Stay with this feeling a moment longer. Let it breathe in you. Let it settle like warm light filling a room. This is assumption. This is creation. This is the true work. And you have done it without lifting a single finger. Everything you have ever touched, every building you have walked past, every book you have held, every tool you have used, every instrument, every work of art, every coin, every garment, every moment of joy or sorrow, each one existed first as a thought in the imagination of someone. Nothing in this world appears unless it is first conceived inwardly. The invisible precedes the visible. The imaginal act comes before the physical fact. This is not poetry, it is law. Long before a bridge spans a river, someone has already crossed it in imagination. Long before a house stands upon its foundation, someone has already lived inside it in the quiet theater of their mind. Long before a seed breaks the surface of the soil, its life has already begun in a darkness where no eye can see. So too with the lottery win. To the world, it may seem like chance, like luck, like an unpredictable stroke of fortune. But I tell you now, the moment you saw yourself as the winner in imagination, the moment you felt it as real, the seed was planted. And once planted, it begins to grow in the unseen, arranging the outer world to reflect its inner reality. Nothing in your life arises without first having been imagined, whether consciously or unconsciously. The imaginal act is the blueprint, the pattern, the mold from which the physical world takes shape. The outer world is nothing but the solidified shadow of inner motion. Let us return now, not as dreamers who wonder, but as creators who know. Return with me to the winning scene, but deeper this time, more vivid, more textured, more real than any physical object could ever be. Feel once more the ticket in your hand, but now notice the details you may have overlooked before. The paper is light, yet firm. When you bend it slightly between your fingers, it makes a soft, crisp sound. The surface is cool at first, but warms quickly to the heat of your touch. Your thumb passes over the ink, and though it is printed flat, your fingers sense the faintest difference between where the ink lies and where it does not. An impossibly slight texture that only imagination can give, with such precision. The lighting of the room is gentle. Perhaps it is the warm yellow glow of a lamp resting on a nearby table, throwing soft shadows across the floor. Perhaps it is daylight spilling through a window, muted and calm, illuminating only part of the ticket while leaving the rest in delicate shadow. Or perhaps you stand in a public place, where the light is brighter, clearer, sharper, yet even then, the world around you seems slightly blurred, as though your senses have narrowed to the single object in your hand. Listen closely now. Do you hear the faint sounds of the room? Is there a distant hum, a clock ticking, the soft movement of air, the muffled sound of life continuing beyond the walls? Or perhaps you hear nothing at all. Perhaps the world has fallen silent in reverence to this moment, as though pausing to make space for your realization. And then listen to yourself. Hear your own voice, whether aloud or only within, speaking the words that rise spontaneously from your heart. Is this real? No, but yes, it is. I've done it. I knew it. I knew it. Some will whisper through tears. Some will laugh, a breathless laugh that comes from the shock of joy. Some will gasp as though catching their breath after a long effort, even though no effort has been required. Some will speak softly, "Thank you, thank you." Others will shout with unrestrained delight. Whatever your natural reaction is, hear it now. Feel the movement of your chest as the sound escapes you. Feel the trembling in your voice, the way your breath stumbles for a moment before finding its rhythm again. And know this truth: the ticket in your hand in imagination is more real as cause than the printed ticket in the world is as effect. The world believes the physical ticket to be the beginning of the event, but that is only the surface truth. The deeper truth is that imagination is the true source of all reality. The imaginal act comes first, and the outer world must follow. Nothing can prevent the seed from sprouting once it has been accepted by the subconscious. The seed analogy is not merely a pleasant comparison. It is the clearest picture of how creation works. When a man plants a seed beneath the soil, he cannot see it. The seed disappears into darkness. There is no visible sign of growth. Yet the man does not despair. He does not dig up the seed again to check whether it is sprouting. He trusts the process, knowing that beneath the surface, where no eye can see, the miracle is unfolding. The imaginal act is the seed. Feeling is the soil. Assumption is the water. Faith is the sunlight. Once you have imagined the scene with feeling, once you have seen the numbers match, felt the weight of the ticket, heard your voice cry out in joy, the seed is planted. You need not repeat the act with strain, nor must you force anything in the outer world. The work is already taking place below the surface of consciousness, where the deeper laws of life operate. All that is required from you now is quiet confidence, not effort, not anxiety, not the restless checking that uproots the seed before it can grow. For a moment, I want you to enter a small loop, a gentle, slow repetition designed for those drifting near the edge of sleep, where the mind becomes most fertile. Let the scene condense into its purest form. Strip away the unnecessary details. Keep only what matters most. You hold the ticket. You see the numbers. They match. Your breath rises. Your heart leaps. You whisper, "I've won." A wave of warmth spreads through your chest. You know it is done. Again, you hold the ticket. You see the numbers. They match. Your breath rises. Your heart leaps. You whisper, "I've won." A wave of warmth spreads through your chest. You know it is done. Again, even slower now. You hold the ticket. You see the numbers. They match. Your breath rises. Your heart leaps. You whisper, "I've won." A wave of warmth spreads through your chest. You know it is done. Let this rhythm settle into you, like the gentle rocking of a boat on calm waters. If you drift in and out of awareness, let it happen. This is the exact state where imagination impresses itself most deeply upon the subconscious. Once the seed is planted, the harvest is certain, and you have planted it well. There will come a moment, perhaps even now, perhaps in a few minutes, when a familiar voice rises within you. It is not loud, It is not violent. It does not scream. It speaks softly, but with the authority of long habit. It says, look at the odds. It says, look at your past. It says, be reasonable. This voice does not come from the deeper self. It is not the voice of imagination, nor the voice of faith, nor the voice of the Creator within you. It is the voice of the old self, the self you have worn, like an old garment for years, perhaps for decades. A garment woven by memory, by past disappointments, by accepted limitations, by what others have told you is possible or impossible. This voice is not your enemy. It is simply habitual. It is the echo of the man you once were, the woman you once believed yourself to be. It speaks the language of probability, the language of caution, the language of a world that believes circumstances are stronger than imagination. It says, look at the odds. And by this it means, look at what has happened before. Look at what the world claims is likely. But the odds are nothing more than accumulated past results. They measure what was, not what must be. They can never tell you what is possible for the man or woman who knows the law of assumption. It says, look at your past, as though your past were a jailer with the authority to command your future. But your past exists only as memory, and memory is itself imagination. You are not bound to repeat what you once believed. The past has no power except the power you continue to give it. It says be reasonable, and by reasonable, it means limit yourself to what others accept. Stay within the lines drawn by common belief. Do not think beyond what has already been proven by physical fact, but reason, as the world uses it, is a narrow thing. It deals only with what has already been brought into being. It cannot conceive the new. It cannot imagine the unseen. It cannot lead you to a life beyond your present circumstances. Reason, when worshipped, becomes a prison. It locks a man or woman into the boundaries of past assumptions, past fears, past failures. Now listen carefully. The facts of your life, your bank balance, your history, your circumstances are not masters. They are not laws. They are not permanent. They are effects, not causes. They are simply frozen past assumptions. They are shadows cast by states you once occupied. They are the echoes of thoughts you once believed, and an echo has no power to create. It only repeats. The mistake most people make is that they believe these shadows are solid. They think the echo is the voice. They think the world of senses is the source of truth. And so they allow facts, which were created by old assumptions, to dictate new assumptions. This is how the old self remains alive. This is how doubt persists. This is how a man lives the same year 50 times and calls it a life. But tonight, you are learning something different. You are learning to break the cycle of repetition. You are learning to detach from doubt, not by fighting it, not by wrestling with it, but by recognizing it for what it is, a ghost, a shadow of the old state. When doubt arises, do not engage with it. Do not argue with it. Do not explain anything to it. Do not attempt to silence it by force. Simply turn away. The power lies not in defeating doubt, but in ignoring it. When you return your attention to the inner scene, doubt starves. It loses momentum. It fades like mist beneath the morning sun. Let me guide you now. Imagine the voice of doubt saying, what if it doesn't happen? What if nothing changes? What if you're just imagining? Now hear me answer. Not with force, not with anger, but with serene authority. Even now, as this thought appears, the winning has already happened in imagination. Say it within yourself. Even now, as this thought appears, the winning has already happened in imagination. Again, more softly. Even now, as this thought appears, the winning has already happened in imagination. Once more, like a calm breath. Even now, the winning has already happened in imagination. Feel how the statement dissolves the power of the negative thought, not by pushing it away, but by overshadowing it with truth. The truth is simple. What you imagine with feeling is already accomplished. The outer world is merely catching up. Every doubt that arises is only the old self trying to remain alive. It is not a prophecy. It is not a warning. It is merely a remnant of who you used to be. You once believed yourself unlucky. You once believed things did not work in your favor. You once believed that fortune belonged to others, never to you. You once believed that effort and struggle were required for every improvement. You once believed that the world outside determined your life. Those beliefs created a certain life. Yes, a certain pattern, a certain rhythm, but they are not the truth of you. They are only the truth of who you assumed yourself to be. Now slowly, gently, let the old self fall away. Let the man who said, "I'm unlucky," fade into shadow. Let the woman who said, "I never win," dissolve like breath on a cold window. Let the voice that said, "Life is hard for me," grow faint until it is no longer audible. A new voice is rising in you. A new identity is forming. A new state is opening its doors to you. This new self does not say, "I hope to win." It says, "I am the one who wins." This new self does not say, "Things rarely work for me." It says, "Things always unfold in my favor." This new self does not say, "Why would fortune choose me?" It says, "Fortune finds me because I assume it." This new self does not ask, "How will it happen?" It says, "It is already done. The bridge is forming. My only task is to live in the end." Let this identity settle into you now. You do not need to strain to become it. You simply relax into it as naturally as sliding into warm water. Say within yourself, "I am the one who wins." Life rearranges itself for me. My assumption is the law. I am favored. I am chosen. I am the winner. Let each phrase lift you a little higher. Let each one loosen the grip of the old story. For a moment, return again to the winning scene. But this time, feel it not as a miracle, not as an exception, not as something extraordinary. Feel it as natural, as expected, as the obvious result of who you are now. This is the shift. This is the doorway. This is the moment the old self dies and the new self takes its place. And the world will follow. There is a rhythm to creation, a gentle order, a harmony that cannot be rushed. When you imagine with feeling, you plant a seed. This seed enters the deeper soil of your being, and there it begins its unseen work. But many people never give their seeds the chance to grow. Imagine a gardener who plants a seed in the earth. He covers it with soil, waters it once, and then, because he is impatient, because he doubts, because he fears, it occurs to him the next morning to dig it up and see whether anything has happened yet. He uncovers the soil, sees nothing, becomes discouraged, buries it again, and walks away. The next day, he returns with the same impatience, digs it up once more, looks again, finds nothing, grows anxious, buries it again, and repeats this for days. That man is not cultivating growth, he is preventing it. So it is with the imaginal seed. If you constantly check the outer world for signs, you dig up the seed. If you examine circumstances to see whether there is movement, you disturb the soil. If you say, "Nothing seems different yet," you disrupt the process. If you wonder, "When will it come? How will it come?" you uproot the very thing you planted. Creation is not born of doubt. It is born of surrender. You plant your imaginal seed, the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and then you leave it to grow in the darkness of the subconscious, where no one sees, where no one interferes, where the work is done without your conscious effort. Let me give you another picture, something common, something simple, something every man and woman of my time understands. When you order a parcel, whether it be a book, a garment, a tool, you send your request and then you trust that it is being delivered. You do not run to the post office every hour, asking whether it has arrived. You do not chase the postman through the streets. You do not worry that perhaps the system has collapsed simply because the package is not at your door the moment you place the order. You place the order, and then you wait in confidence. You go about your day. You work, you rest, you dine, you converse, you sleep. And one day, you hear a knock, or you check your mailbox, and there it is, the very thing you requested. You do not question how many hands it passed through. You do not concern yourself with the route it traveled. You simply receive it. The imaginal act is the order. The subconscious is the delivery system. The physical world is the postman. Once the imaginal act is done, the work is no longer yours. This is what many fail to understand. Desire alone is not enough. Desire combined with fear produces delay. Desire combined with doubt produces stagnation. Desire combined with impatience produces repetition of the same unfulfilled state. But desire combined with faith, faith in the unseen, faith in the imaginal act, faith in the law, that combination produces creation. Desire plus fear equals sign bondage. Desire plus faith equals sign manifestation. When you fear that your desire will not come, you assume the state of lack, and the world reflects lack. When you fear that you are asking for too much, you assume limitation, and the world reflects limitation. When you fear that you are not worthy of receiving, you assume unworthiness, and the world reflects unworthiness. But when you desire and then trust so deeply that you release the outer world from needing to prove anything instantly, you have stepped into the true art of creation. This art can be named in 4 simple words. It is done. Not it will be done. Not it might be done. Not I hope it will be done someday. But it is done. This is the inner knowing that the seed is planted. The order is sent. The subconscious has received the impression, and creation has begun its invisible work. Feel that now. Feel yourself standing in that quiet certainty. You have imagined the winning. You have felt its reality. You have accepted its truth. You have planted the seed. From this moment, the work is no longer yours. You do not need to tend the soil every hour. You do not need to coax the seed. You do not need to stand at the door of circumstances demanding immediate evidence. You rest in the knowing that the unseen is already in motion. Let me guide you into the experience of release. Take a slow breath in, and as you breathe in, feel yourself drawing into your body the fullness of the fulfillment, the joy of the win, the relief, the gratitude, the ease. Hold it gently for a moment. Now exhale, and as you breathe out, imagine you are releasing every trace of control, every urge to interfere, every thought of how, every whisper of doubt. Again, inhale the feeling of fulfillment. Exhale the need to manage the process. Allow your breath to become a quiet rhythm of receiving and releasing, receiving and releasing. Now in this softened state, let the words settle into you. It is done. Say it within yourself, not as an affirmation of hope, but as a statement of truth. It is done. Again, more slowly. It is done. One more time, as gently as a falling feather. It is done. And if you like, let it repeat in you, almost like a soft echo. It is done. It is done. It is done. Feel the weightlessness that comes with those words. Feel the burden lifting from your shoulders, from your chest, from your mind. Feel the relief of no longer being responsible for the outer arrangement of events. Creation is not your burden. Assumption is your only work. You have planted the seed. You have sent the order. You have occupied the state. And now you rest. Let the world of facts rearrange itself. Let the bridge of incidents form. Let the outer world catch up with the inner truth. Your only task is to dwell in the knowing. It is done. When I speak of living in the end, I do not speak of imagining the steps, nor of rehearsing the long and winding road between where you stand and where you desire to be. That is the way of the world, the way of planning, of struggling, of calculating, of forcing outcomes through effort. But imagination does not work in that manner. It does not concern itself with the mechanics of how a thing is done. Imagination concerns itself only with the end, the finished act, the final scene. You are not to imagine buying the ticket, choosing numbers, standing in a queue, waiting for results, checking the drawer, comparing digits, anxiously hoping. Those are the steps of uncertainty, the steps of someone who still doubts the outcome. They belong to the man who believes he is separated from the wish fulfilled. Instead, I ask you to imagine only the end. The moment after the event has occurred, the scene that represents your desire as a completed fact. This is the difference between knowing the law and being bound by the old world of cause and effect. When I say live in the end, I mean imagine yourself as the one who has already received, not in the process of receiving, already received, not hoping to win, already won, not trying to believe, already certain. The outer world may show you the same walls, the same numbers, the same figures, the same patterns of yesterday, but if you persist in the end, those appearances must transform. They have no choice, for they are only reflections of your inner state. Now consider this. If you had already won, truly won, how would you rise in the morning? Would you spring from your bed with a weight upon your chest? Would you feel the familiar tightness of worry? Would you carry the burden of unpaid bills or uncertainties? No. You would rise with a sense of ease, a softness in your breathing, a calm in your mind. You might lie there for a moment, not out of avoidance, but out of quiet pleasure. For when a person knows they are secure, time becomes gentle. If you had already received your great fortune, how would you walk through your day? Your steps would not hurry. They would flow. Your shoulders would not tighten. They would loosen. Your speech would not come from fear or scarcity, but from a deep well of assurance. You would feel safe. You would feel provided for. You would feel supported by life itself. This is not arrogance. This is naturalness. This is what it means to be established in the end. There would be a lightness in you, a gentle buoyancy, because nothing would feel threatening. You would not be calculating every coin. You would not be strategizing out of fear. You would not measure your worth by any outward figure. Instead, you would move as one who knows I am already supplied. I walk in abundance. And what of generosity? When a man believes he has little, he clutches tightly to what he has. But when he knows himself rich, he gives easily, not to impress others, but because giving feels natural, like a river overflowing after rainfall. This is the identity shift I am asking you to make. Not to force a smile, not to pretend wealth, but to feel the inner ease that comes from knowing the outcome is secure. Let us explore together what this looks like in simple, ordinary scenes. We do not imagine dramatic celebrations, crowds shouting, newspapers printing your name across their front pages. No, the most effective scenes are quiet, familiar, personal, moments that carry the sense of this is my life now. Picture yourself after the win, paying a bill. You sit at a small table, the paper in your hand. There is no tension in your chest, no hesitation in your movements. You open your wallet or your bank ledger, however you picture it, and you feel nothing but ease. The amount means nothing. It does not diminish you. You pay it without thought, without resistance, without calculation. In this simple act, you experience the feeling of financial freedom. Now imagine yourself helping a family member. Perhaps it is someone who has struggled for a long time, someone you love, someone whom fortune has not always favored. You sit with them, and you say, in a quiet, almost casual way, let me take care of that for you. Notice how warm you feel. Notice the relief that washes over them. Notice the gratitude in their voice, not the gratitude of someone who feels indebted, but the gratitude of someone who feels supported. Helping them feels natural. It feels right. It feels like something you have always done. Now imagine yourself alone, in a quiet moment, looking at your new bank balance. You are not shocked. You are not overwhelmed. You do not gasp or stare as though beholding something impossible. You simply acknowledge it. You feel a wave of calm, a deep exhale that releases years of pressure. You feel the security of knowing you are provided for. This is not excitement, it is peace. It is the peace that comes from having arrived at the end. These scenes are not fantasies. They are not daydreams. They are tools, bridges, gateways into the state of the wish fulfilled. The purpose is not to entertain yourself, but to bring you into the feeling of the end as though it were happening now. There is one truth above all others you must understand. You must think from the end, not of the end. Thinking of winning keeps the desire out in front of you. Separate, distant, something you hope will come. It is like looking at a painting of a feast while starving. It only intensifies the sense of lack. Thinking from winning means standing in the reality of the fulfilled wish and looking out at the world from that perspective. It means viewing your life through the eyes of the one who already possesses what they once sought. If you think of the win, you remain outside it. If you think from the win, you are already inside the state. Every transformation of life begins with this shift from observer to participant, from longing to having, from wishing to assuming. But what if the outer world still looks the same? What if the numbers in your ledger have not yet changed? What if the circumstances appear stubborn or unmoved? Your answer, always, is the same. I already have it. You do not argue with appearances, you do not plead with them. You do not wait for them to give you permission to believe. You simply return to the inner state, 1,000 times if necessary, knowing that the inner must externalize itself. Persisting in the state of the wish fulfilled does not require strain. It requires returning gently, consistently, to the feeling of having. Each time the outer world contradicts you, you turn quietly within and re-enter the end. Now let me give you a mini loop, a soft, rhythmic repetition designed to carry you deeper into the state. You are not waiting to win. You have won. Let the words fall into you slowly, like warm rain. Again, you are not waiting to win. You have won. Let it settle into the chest, into the breath, into the body. Once more, even softer. You have won. And if sleep begins to approach, let these words cradle you. You have won. You have won. This is living in the end. This is the doorway through which the new life enters. And you are already standing inside it. There is a sacredness to silence that few understand. When a desire is born within you, when an imaginal act has been planted like a seed in the deep soil of consciousness, there arises in many people an instinct to speak of it, to announce it, to seek encouragement, to ask for approval, to share the excitement. But I tell you now, this instinct, though human, is not wise. When you speak of your desire before it has taken root, you expose it to the winds of opinion, to the drafts of doubt, to the chill of other people's limitations, not because they intend harm, not because they wish to diminish you, but because they too are enslaved by their own assumptions. They speak from their fears, their past failures, their logical minds, their adherence to appearances. You say, I have imagined myself winning. And they reply, be careful. Don't get your hopes too high. You say, I feel it will happen. And they answer, most people never win. You say, I have assumed the end. And they whisper, you must be realistic. What they call realism is nothing more than bondage to the visible world. And if you allow their voices to mingle with your inner knowing, you weaken your assumption. You dilute the potency of your imaginal act. This is why I urge you, keep silent. Not out of fear, but out of wisdom. Not because you doubt yourself, but because you have chosen to protect the sacred beginning of your creation. There is a difference between the energy of talking and the energy of knowing. Talking dissipates. Knowing concentrates. Talking sends the energy outward, scattering it across the opinions and misunderstandings of others. Knowing draws the energy inward, strengthening the root of the assumption until it becomes unshakable. Consider once more the seed in the soil. It is safest when hidden beneath the earth, untouched by sunlight, unseen by the gardener. In darkness, it germinates. In silence, it begins its secret work. Were the gardener to dig it up each morning to show others, look what I have planted, the seed would never grow. It must be concealed until the moment when it bursts forth with undeniable life. Creation follows the same rhythm. Your imaginal act, the moment you saw the winning numbers match, the moment you felt the surge of joy, the moment you whispered, I have won, that is your seed. And it must be kept in the dark, in the quiet, in the hidden chambers of imagination. I have often said, your Father, who sees in secret, rewards you openly. This has nothing to do with religion. It is a psychological truth. Your subconscious, the deeper self, is the secret place of the Most High. It is the inner chamber where creation begins. It listens not to your public declarations, but to your private assumptions. It does not require witnesses. It does not require explanations. It does not require explanations. It does not require justification. It requires only feeling, quiet, certain, deeply felt. You work in secret. You assume in silence. You plant the seed where no one sees. And then, without fanfare, without noise, without announcing anything, the outer world rearranges itself and the result appears. People will say, "How did this happen?" And you will know. You will recognize the moment when the seed was planted, but you will not need to explain, for once the fruit is visible, no one questions the seed. Let the result speak for you. You do not owe the world the explanation of your inner process. You do not owe them a step-by-step account of how you imagined, how you persisted, how you felt. When the fortune manifests, when your life shifts, when your world reflects your assumption, let it stand as its own testimony. There is a dignity in creation that does not shout. There is a power in quiet certainty that does not seek attention. There is a greatness in those who move in silence and let their lives speak. When you share your desire too soon, you hand it over to those who cannot carry it. When you speak of your assumption before it has matured, you invite interference. But when you guard it, when you protect it, when you keep it wrapped in the warmth of your inner knowing, it grows strong enough to appear in the world untouched by doubt. Let me guide you gently now into this understanding. Say within yourself, quietly, "My desire is sacred. My assumption is mine alone. I plant my seed in silence. I let the world see outcomes, not my process." Feel the strength of those words. Not loud, not boastful, not forceful, but steady. This is the kind of strength that moves mountains, because it moves them from within, not through pressure, but through identity. Imagine again your winning moment, but this time imagine it as a private joy. Not as a spectacle shared with the world, but as a quiet revelation known to you alone. You feel the weight of the ticket. You see the numbers. You hear your own breath. You whisper your gratitude. In that silence, the assumption becomes powerful. In that silence, the subconscious receives its command. In that silence, creation begins. And when the day comes, when the world reflects your inner certainty, others will see the transformation. They will marvel, they will wonder, they will say, "How did you do it?" And you will smile, because you will know the work was done in silence. The seed was planted in secret, and the harvest appeared exactly as the law decreed. Let the world see the fruit. Keep the root hidden. This is the way of those who know the law. There is a doorway you pass through every night, though you may not realize its power. It is the quiet threshold between waking and sleeping, that faint borderland where the body grows heavy, the breath softens, and the world of senses begins to dissolve. I have called it the state akin to sleep, and I tell you now with absolute certainty that no moment in your day is more fertile, more charged, more open to creation than this one. For in this twilight of consciousness, resistance weakens. The doubts that chatter during the day fall silent. The logical mind, so quick to argue and so eager to judge, loosens its grip, and the subconscious, your faithful servant, your silent creative power, stands receptive, attentive, ready to receive whatever feeling you offer it. This is why I urge you to treat the moments before sleep as holy, not in a religious sense, but in the sense of reverence for their potency. They are the golden door into the deeper self. When you enter this state, you are speaking directly to the part of you that creates your world. Let me show you now how to approach this moment, night after night, until the subconscious accepts your assumption as law. Begin by lying down. Find the posture that feels most natural, on your back or gently on your side. Let the weight of your body sink into the mattress. Release every effort, every tension. You are not here to try, you are here to surrender. Bring your attention to your toes. Let them relax completely. Then your ankles, your calves, Your knees, feel them grow heavy, warm, unburdened. Move upward at a gentle pace. Your thighs, your hips, your stomach softening under the rhythm of your breath. Let your chest loosen. Let your shoulders drop. Let the muscles of your face dissolve into stillness. You are preparing the body to step aside so imagination may speak. Your breathing is slow now. Quiet, natural. The world outside becomes faint, unimportant. You are slipping toward the borderland. In this soft and quiet state, return to the moment of winning. Do not rush. Do not strain. Instead, see it as though you are remembering something that has already happened. You are looking down at the ticket in your hand. Feel the slight bend of the paper between your fingers. See the ink of the numbers, clear and sharp. Watch as the numbers on the screen or the announcement before you match perfectly with the numbers on your ticket. Let the realization dawn slowly, like the rising of a sun behind the eyes. Your breath catches. Your chest lifts. A warmth spreads through your ribs and your throat. You swallow with disbelief, then with joy. You whisper to yourself softly, as though you are afraid the moment might break. I have won. Hear those words echoed inside the chamber of your being. Feel their truth vibrate through you, not as a wish, but as a memory. This is the scene you must refine. Not 50 scenes, not scattered images, not a complicated story with moving parts. One scene, short, vivid, complete. Just as a seed contains the entire tree within it, this single imaginal moment contains the full harvest of your desire. Select it, shape it, and return to it nightly. Now that you have the scene, repeat it slowly, not mechanically, not hurriedly, but with the gentle rhythm of a lullaby. You look at the ticket, the numbers match, your breath hitches, your hand trembles. You whisper, I have won. You feel the weight of relief spread through your body. Let this play out again, softly, quietly, like waves that rise and fall upon the shore. Each repetition deepens the impression. Each breath carries it further into the subconscious. If at any point you begin to drift away, let yourself drift. You do not need to remain alert. If sleep comes while the feeling is alive within you, then sleep has come at the perfect moment. Your deeper self hears me even when the surface consciousness sleeps. If you fall asleep as I speak, let it be so. I am speaking not to the waking mind, but to the creative power beneath it. Allow yourself to float. Let the edges of the scene become soft, warm, luminous. Let the emotion become the final sensation before you surrender to sleep. And when sleep takes you, whether in the middle of the scene or at the very end, the subconscious receives your imaginal act as fact. It accepts it without argument. It nurtures it in silence. It begins weaving the invisible threads that form the bridge of events in your waking life. This is your nightly order confirmation. Each night, as you lie down and slip into the state akin to sleep, you place your order in the only storehouse that matters, imagination. You do not need to repeat it during the day with effort. Night after night, the same quiet scene, the same feeling of certainty is enough. The seed grows in darkness. It grows beneath the soil. It grows while you sleep. Each repetition strengthens the roots. Each night the assumption sinks deeper. Each moment before sleep becomes a quiet agreement between you and your deeper self. It is done. It is mine. I have won. Let this be your ritual, your sacred appointment with the infinite, your nightly entrance into the golden door of creation. And as you practice this softly, faithfully, you will discover what I have taught all my life. What you feel as true before sleep, your world must someday show you by day. There is a law woven into the fabric of creation, a law so simple and yet so overlooked that most pass through life without ever recognizing its presence. I call it the law of reversibility. And if you understand this law, not merely with the intellect, but with the feeling, you will possess a key that unlocks every door of desire. The law states this: if a certain effect follows a cause, then the cause can be revived by reproducing the effect. If fire produces heat, then heat, under the right conditions, can produce fire. If motion produces friction, then friction can produce motion. If vibration produces sound, then sound, its pattern reversed, can produce vibration. Everything in nature moves in this double current, forward and backward, cause and effect, effect and cause. They reflect one another. Now consider what winning produces in a man or woman. It brings joy, it brings relief, it brings gratitude, it brings security. It brings the deep, unshakable feeling of everything is working out for me. It brings the freedom of knowing that life has opened in unexpected, generous ways. If these states of feeling follow the winning, then by the law of reversibility, these very states, felt now, must produce the external condition that matches them. This is not speculation. This is not wishful thinking. This is not optimism. It is law. Just as surely as a spark produces warmth, warmth, when intensified, can create the spark. Just as pressure produces heat, heat, when focused, can apply pressure. Just as sound vibrates the air, vibration, when harmonized, creates sound. So too, joy follows the wind, and joy can precede the wind to produce it. Relief follows receiving money, and relief felt now must attract the form that corresponds to it. Security follows abundance, and security claimed inwardly must bring abundance into form. Everything in your world is the result of this reversibility of feeling. You have been taught to wait for the outer event before feeling the inner emotion, but the wise do the opposite. They feel the emotion first, and the world rearranges itself to justify the feeling. Let me give you a simple sequence to feel through. Right here, with me guiding you. Begin with relief. Relief is the dissolving of tension, the unburdening of the mind, the sensation of weight lifting from the shoulders. Let relief fill your chest now. Imagine taking a breath so deep, so freeing, that it releases years of strain. You exhale, and you feel something inside unclench. Relief is the natural emotion of one who has already received. Now let relief blend into gratitude. Gratitude is warm. It spreads through the ribcage like sunlight. It is not forced. It arises gently when the heart recognizes a gift already given. Feel it. Thank you. Thank you. Not to some force outside you, but to the deeper self, the creative power within that has already completed the imaginal act. Now take that gratitude and allow it to rise into a quiet, trembling joy. Not the frantic excitement of a beginning, but the steady joy of fulfillment. It is the kind of joy that brings tears to the eyes without warning, the kind that makes your breath hitch because you know something magnificent has unfolded in your favor, and from that joy move into excited disbelief. Yes, allow yourself a moment of it, the moment when your mind says, "Can this be real?" and your heart answers, "Of course. Of course it is real." Let the disbelief transform into calm certainty. The certainty that comes when the extraordinary becomes natural, the certainty when the win no longer feels like a miracle, but like a rightful unfolding. These feelings, relief, gratitude, joy, excited disbelief, calm certainty, are not decorations. They are not indulgences. They are causes. You are imprinting the subconscious with the emotional signature of the event, and the subconscious, having received the cause, must produce the effect. But beware, the law works in both directions. If fear follows loss, then fear can create more experiences that feel like loss. If worry follows disappointment, then worry, dwelt in, creates conditions that justify worry. If a man says over and over, "I never win," and feels the truth of those words, he plants the seed of that assumption, and life brings forth the fruit of it. Negative reversibility is as real as positive. This is why it is so important to turn away from the emotions of the old self. Fear, doubt, disappointment. These are not harmless visitors. They are creative acts when you dwell in them. But you are learning now to reverse the direction of the current. You are learning to feel ahead of the event. You are learning to use emotion deliberately, consciously, as the architect uses his blueprint. Let me give you a simple formula to carry with you. Do not wait for the win to feel like a winner. Feel like the winner and the wind follows. Say it softly within yourself. Feeling first, fact later. Again. Feeling first, fact later. One more time. Slower. I feel the end, now. And the world must follow. When you understand this law, you no longer live as one hoping for luck. You live as one who knows that emotion is creation, that feeling is causation, that what you dwell in inwardly must take shape outwardly. Feel the wind now, and the world will bring you the form that matches it. After you have assumed the end, after you have felt the win as something already accomplished, life begins to rearrange itself around that assumption. This rearrangement is not random. It is not chaotic. It is not dictated by chance or probability. It is the natural unfolding of the law, forming what I have long called the bridge of incidents. This bridge is the series of events, encounters, decisions, shifts, and seemingly ordinary moments that carry you from your present appearance to the imaginal state you have chosen. You do not consciously construct this bridge. You do not need to plan it, predict it, or even recognize it. Its creation belongs to the deeper self, not the waking mind. The bridge begins to form the moment you accept your imaginal act as real. But here is what surprises many. The events themselves may appear entirely ordinary. They may look like everyday conversations, sudden impulses, unexpected delays, chance meetings, subtle redirections. They rarely look magical, though their orchestration is perfect. The subconscious does not require the spectacular. It simply arranges whatever is necessary to fulfill your assumption. You may find yourself buying a ticket without thinking. You may choose numbers you normally would not choose. Someone may hand you a ticket. You may change your routine for one day only, and that shift aligns you with the winning event. Or someone may even gift you the exact opportunity needed. These are natural events, but they form an invisible script written by the deeper self. You wrote the ending when you imagined the win. The subconscious writes the middle. Do not attempt to critique the writing. Do not judge whether the bridge looks promising or confusing. The middle may not look anything like what your logical mind believes leads to the outcome. You may experience delays that seem inconvenient but are necessary alignments. You may face what looks like a setback. Yet without that seeming disruption, the final arrangement could not appear. Suppose a man loses his job unexpectedly. To the world, this looks like misfortune. But to the man who has assumed wealth, this loss may be the turning point that sends him into a new path where his fortune awaits. Suppose a woman misses a train, only to encounter someone at the next station who directs her toward an opportunity she never imagined. Suppose a plan collapses, only to reveal a doorway behind it. These things appear accidental, but nothing is accidental when you have assumed the end. The logical mind will protest. It will say, how can this be good? How can this help me? This is the opposite of what I want. But that is because the logical mind sees only one step at a time, and even then, it sees through the narrow lens of habit and fear. The subconscious, however, sees the entire path. It sees the full structure of the bridge, from first plank to last. It knows which events must appear, which people must enter or exit, which paths must open or close, which moments must shift so that the end may take form. Therefore, when anything happens, anything at all, I ask you to say within yourself, this too is part of my bridge to the win. Let that become your steady inner posture. Do not resist the events of life. Do not fear changes or unexpected turns. Do not judge with the surface mind what seems favorable or unfavorable. If the end is certain, everything in between must serve it. Let me give you a visualization to help you understand this more deeply. Imagine you are walking across a long bridge at night. The sky above you is dark, sprinkled with faint starlight. The path before you is lit not by a blazing lamp, but by a soft glow that reveals only the next few steps. Nothing more. You cannot see the entire bridge. You cannot see the far side. You cannot even see beyond a small circle of light around your feet. And yet, you walk. You hear the wood beneath you creak softly. You feel the night air brushing your face. Each time you take a step, the next few planks appear just as you need them. You do not panic because the whole path is not visible. You trust that the bridge exists, constructed fully, waiting for you step by step. This is how life unfolds. When you have assumed the end, you will see only a plank or two ahead. You will not see the entire story. You do not need to. As long as you do not step backward into doubt, the bridge will carry you across. Let yourself feel this now. I do not need to see the whole way. I only need to trust each step. The moment you assumed I have won, the bridge was written. It is not your work to design it. It is not your job to understand it. It is certainly not your task to correct it. Your only work is to remain faithful to the end you have chosen. When something unexpected happens, say this is part of the bridge. When something appears inconvenient, say this is part of the bridge. When something surprises you, redirects you, alters your course, say this is part of the bridge. And when something wonderful happens, when a moment of luck appears, when a coincidence delights you, when an opportunity opens, smile quietly and say, the bridge is working. Step by step, plank by plank, the path unfolds. And just as the imaginal act of winning created the entire structure of the bridge, your faithful walking brings you naturally to its far end, where the inner event becomes an outer fact. I have always found that stories, true stories, lived stories, carry the law more deeply into the heart than any abstract explanation. For while principles speak to the mind, testimonies speak to the imagination, and imagination is the only true voice of creation. So let me share with you several accounts, told to me over the years, which illuminate the workings of this great law with clarity and gentleness. There was once a woman who attended my lectures faithfully. She was not a philosopher, nor a student of metaphysics, nor someone inclined to ponder the deeper structure of the universe. She was simply a woman who longed for a life of ease. She came to me one evening with a quiet determination and said, "Neville, I have a specific sum I wish to receive." It was not a fortune, merely enough to relieve her of a burden that had pressed upon her for some time. I told her exactly what I tell you now. Enter the state of the wish fulfilled. Feel that the money is already yours. Accept it with gratitude before you ever see it. She returned home, lay upon her bed, and imagined herself holding the check. She did not imagine the envelope, the delivery, the sender, or the reason. She imagined only one moment, the feeling of looking at the amount and knowing it was hers. She performed this imaginal act until the scene felt like a memory. 3 days later, she received a letter from a distant relative, a person she had not heard from in years. Inside was a check for the exact amount she had imagined. No more, no less. The letter contained no explanation, only a simple note: "I felt moved to send this to you." To the world, this was coincidence. To her, it was the perfect demonstration of the law. Another man once came to me with a heavy heart. He said, "Neville, I am the unluckiest man I know. Nothing ever works out for me." He believed this, not as a casual comment, but as a deep identity. He had worn the label of unlucky for so long that it felt like a natural part of him, as though carved into the bone. I told him, "Your misfortune is not a condition of the world. It is the shadow of your inner assumption. Change the assumption, and the shadow must change with it." At first, he struggled. His mind returned again and again to the story of failure that had shaped his life. But I asked him to adopt a new inner phrase. "Everything works in my favor," not spoken with force, but with gentle familiarity, as though remembering a forgotten truth. He began to imagine small scenes, nothing grand at first: a friend inviting him to an opportunity, a bill arriving lower than expected, a stranger offering help. Bit by bit, he shifted his identity from the one who fails to the one who is favored. Within months, his life began to change. He received an unexpected promotion, a legal issue resolved in his favor. The lost investment was returned to him with interest. He came to me again smiling and said, "Neville, I didn't force anything. Life simply began to move around me differently." Of course it did. The outer world always reflects the inner assumption. There was also a woman burdened with debt. She felt as though she was sinking, each bill a fresh weight pulling her deeper. But she attended a lecture where I spoke of living in the end and imagining the result, not the process. She went home, gathered her bills, and performed a simple imaginal act. She imagined each bill stamped in large red letters, paid in full. She did not imagine conversations, phone calls, payment plans, or negotiations, only the final result. She would hold the bill between her fingers in imagination, feel the texture, and see the words clearly. She did this night after night, until the feeling of relief became natural. Within a short period, her circumstances shifted. She received a small inheritance she had not expected. A debt collector forgave a portion of her account. A friend repaid an old loan she had long forgotten. One by one, her debts disappeared, not through struggle, but through the natural unfolding of the bridge of incidents. Another man approached me once with doubt. Not doubt in the law, but doubt in his own capacity to use it. He said, "Neville, I want to believe, but I need something small first, some proof." I told him to perform a simple test, one I often gave to those needing confidence. Imagine a ladder, I said. Do not force yourself to climb one physically. Simply imagine yourself climbing a ladder. Feel your hands grasp the rungs. Feel your foot lift. Feel the movement of the body. I instructed him to do this nightly until it felt real. Then I said, in your waking hours, affirm to yourself, I will not climb a ladder. He laughed at the contradiction, but he did as I asked. Within a few days, he found himself in a storeroom at his workplace. Something he needed had been placed on a high shelf, and without thinking, he took hold of a ladder and climbed it. The imaginal act had impressed itself upon the subconscious, and the outer world aligned accordingly. This simple test gave him the confidence to apply the law to larger matters, and he later wrote to me to say that his entire life had transformed. What do these stories share? The same pattern I teach you now: imagination first, assumption second, persistence third, natural manifestation fourth. Not one of these individuals forced anything in the outer world. Not one strained, not one devised elaborate plans. They imagined the end with feeling, trusted the process, and allowed life to bring forth its fruit. And now I say to you, quietly, but with absolute conviction, you will one day tell your story as they have told theirs. You will say, I imagined the win, I felt it, I lived in the end, and one day it appeared before me exactly as I knew it would. Your story is already unfolding. The seed is planted. The bridge is forming. The harvest is coming. And when that day arrives, you will recognize yourself in these testimonies. You will smile and say, I understand now. I, too, have seen the law in action. You are not aspiring to be a testimony. You are becoming one. There is a truth I have taught for many years, and though it appears simple, it carries a depth that most overlook. It is this: the true winning ticket is not the slip of paper in your hand. It is the concept you hold of yourself. The numbers are secondary. They are merely the shadow cast by your inner state. The outer event is only the echo of the inner assumption. If a man with a poor self-concept were to win a great fortune, he would soon return to lack. You have seen this in the world. Those who come into wealth suddenly, yet find themselves bankrupt again within a few years. Why? Because the poor self cannot sustain wealth. The outer gift is swallowed by the inner poverty. On the other hand, a man with a rich self-concept, one who sees himself as favored, fortunate, abundant, would rise again even if he lost everything. For the rich self naturally produces riches, just as a fertile tree naturally bears fruit. This is why I tell you the numbers do not matter. The method, the ticket, the circumstances, these are not your concern. The true secret lies in who you believe yourself to be. If you say, I am the one who never wins, you write the script of your life in those words. If you say, I am unlucky, the world will reflect that assumption. If you say, things rarely work out for me, the bridge of events will form in accordance with that belief. But if you shift your inner identity, even gently, even gradually, from lack to abundance, from doubt to confidence, from fear to quiet knowing, then life must mirror that new concept back to you. Let the old identity fall away now. The one who struggled, the one who waited, the one who hoped but feared, the one who believed luck belonged to others, the one who saw life as uncertain. Let that self dissolve like mist in sunlight and allow a new self to rise, calm, steady, quietly powerful. Say within yourself, with no strain and no effort, I am favored. I am fortunate. Things always work out for me. Feel how different this self is. This is not arrogance. This is not fantasy. This is the truth of your deeper nature. For the creative power within you knows nothing of limitation. It knows only the state you occupy, and it reproduces that state in your world. Let me guide you into this new identity through a simple meditation. Imagine rising in the morning as the rich version of yourself, not because the world has changed yet, but because you have changed. You stretch, you breathe, you feel a softness in your chest, a wideness in your ribs, a quiet confidence in your heart. There is ease in your movement. You no longer rush. You no longer brace yourself for difficulty. You move like one who is supported by life. You walk to your table or your kitchen, and every step feels grounded. Your mind is clear. Your breath is smooth. There is a lightness in your thoughts. You expect good things, not with excitement or tension, but with a natural anticipation, as though goodness were part of the ordinary flow of your day. When you check your accounts, however you imagine them, you feel no tightness, no fear, no calculation. You feel instead a quiet assurance that you are secure. Whether the numbers have changed yet or not does not matter, because you already know they will. This is the new self, the self who knows that abundance is the natural state. Imagine going about your day. When an opportunity arises, you accept it with openness. When a challenge appears, you move through it with grace, knowing it is only part of the bridge. When you speak to others, you speak calmly, confidently. You no longer apologize for wanting good things. You no longer shrink yourself. You carry the posture of someone who expects life to cooperate. This is not pretending. This is inhabiting the identity that matches your desire. Now picture yourself receiving something unexpectedly, perhaps a letter, a conversation, a chance meeting, a sum of money you had not anticipated. You receive it with a smile, not because it shocks you, but because it feels like a natural extension of who you are now. You begin to normalize wealth. You begin to normalize ease. You begin to normalize being the one who wins. This is crucial. Wealth must feel ordinary to you, not distant, not impossible, not something that happens only to others. It must feel like the most natural thing in the world, because your subconscious accepts only what feels natural. Let wealth feel familiar. Let abundance feel comfortable. Let winning feel expected. If you feel strain, you are not assuming, you are trying. If you feel desperation, you are not creating, you are clinging. If you feel anxiety, you are not living in the end, you are living in the old self. Assumption is effortless. Identity is effortless. It is simply the acceptance of a new truth about yourself. Say softly, without force, I am the one life favors. I am the one for whom things unfold gently. I am the one to whom money comes easily. I am the one who wins. Let each phrase settle inside you, as though it has always been true. Feel how the body loosens as you say them. Feel how the breath deepens. Feel how the heart expands. For the lottery ticket you truly need is not the printed paper. It is the inner concept of yourself. Once that self is established, the outer world must supply the evidence. You are becoming now the self who wins, not once, not by chance, but as a natural expression of who you are. This is the real transformation. This is the true prize. This is the beginning of a new life. And from this new self, all things become possible. There is a kind of gratitude that many people practice, and though sincere, it is often tinged with hope rather than certainty. It is the gratitude that says, I thank you, so that I may receive. But this is not the gratitude that moves mountains. This is not the gratitude that impresses the subconscious. This is not the gratitude that I speak of when I teach the law. True gratitude does not reach outward. True gratitude arises within as a natural response to possession already felt. It is not the gratitude of a beggar. It is the gratitude of one who recognizes a gift already in hand. When you have truly assumed the end, when the scene of winning feels like a memory, the words, "thank you," come, not from effort, but from inevitability. They slip out of you, the way a sigh escapes the body after a long strain is released. There is no force, no strain, no attempt to generate an emotion. The gratitude simply appears. That is the gratitude of creation. You must understand, the goal is naturalness. When the state of the wish fulfilled feels natural to you, when it no longer feels like a hope you are reaching for, but a condition you have settled into, then the manifestation is very near. The subconscious creates most efficiently when the assumption feels ordinary, familiar, and free of intensity. If you feel excitement so sharp it unsettles you, the desire is still on a pedestal. If you feel longing, you are still separate from the wish. If you feel effort, you have not yet surrendered. But when you feel calm, when you feel quiet, certainty, when you feel that peaceful sense of course, this is who I am, then you know the seed has taken root. Let me guide you now into a moment of true gratitude, born not from trying, but from knowing. Imagine yourself in a quiet room, moments after discovering the win. Not the dramatic moment of seeing the numbers match that you have already imagined, but the moment after, when the first wave of emotion has settled into a soft, glowing warmth. You sit down. Your hands are relaxed, your breath is slow. The world feels still, as though acknowledging the significance of what has unfolded. You bring the ticket, or the bank statement, or the letter, close to you, and you look at it again, not to confirm the win, but to savor it. And then, without forcing it, without summoning emotion, you whisper, "Thank you." Feel those words, as if they have always belonged to this moment. Feel how they rise naturally from the chest, not as a plea, but as a recognition. Notice how your shoulders soften. Notice how your breath deepens. Notice how your body warms, as though wrapped in a soft blanket. This gratitude is not a tool. It is a sign that you have impressed the subconscious, a sign that the inner event is complete, a sign that the bridge of incidents is already forming. There are other signs, too, not dramatic, but subtle. You check less, you wonder less. The compulsion to see progress begins to fade. The desire to tell others diminishes. You begin to feel indifferent to the when or how. There is a gentle certainty in you, like the quiet confidence of a man who planted a seed and knows it will bloom. You may even forget about the desire for a time, not in neglect, but in naturalness. The state feels complete without conscious maintenance. This is how you know the subconscious has accepted the imaginal act. But what if you do not feel these signs yet? What if gratitude still feels forced? What if naturalness has not yet settled into you? Do not worry. Do not strain. Do not declare yourself a failure of the law. The imaginal scene is like a fire. For some, it ignites instantly. For others, it requires gentle tending. But the flame always grows when you feed it with quiet repetition, never with force. Return to the scene. Lie upon your bed in the stillness before sleep. Enter the moment of winning. Slowly, easily. Do not try to produce emotion. Let the emotion appear when it is ready. In time, the gratitude will come. Not loudly, not dramatically, but softly, like an ember glowing in the dark. And once it appears naturally, without effort, you may rest in the knowing that the deeper self has received the impression. When gratitude feels like the obvious response, when the state of abundance feels ordinary, when the desire feels familiar rather than distant, then it is done. You have crossed the threshold where imagination becomes reality. As you rest now, whether your eyes are already heavy or merely beginning to dim, allow my words to move past the surface of your mind and speak directly to the deeper part of you. You do not need to hold them tightly. You do not need to concentrate. You do not need to follow every syllable. Simply let them drift through you like a warm current. Let them settle where they must. Let them do the work for you. If your thoughts wander, let them wander. If sleep approaches, welcome it. If you drift in and out, that is perfectly right, for this is the borderland where creation is most easily impressed. Here, in this quiet place, your subconscious listens with an open hand. Now slowly, softly, let us return to the simplest scene, the scene that contains everything. You are holding the ticket. You see the printed numbers clearly beneath your thumb. You lift it slightly, and the paper makes a faint, whispering sound against your fingers. You glance from the ticket to the winning numbers before you, and in a soft, golden moment of recognition, you see they match perfectly, effortlessly, inevitably. The breath catches in your throat, not sharply, gently, a small, trembling inhale. Your chest warms, your shoulders loosen. Your entire body softens as though life itself has just exhaled for you. You have won. Feel those words not as hope, not as someday, but as now. You have won. And you whisper, barely audible even to yourself, thank you. Let that gratitude linger a moment. Let it float in the space behind your ribs. Let it glow softly, like a candle flickering in a quiet room. If you are drifting in and out of consciousness, let this scene meet you wherever you are. Do not try to grasp it. Do not try to recreate it perfectly. Just let it return each time, like a familiar thought, the winning ticket in your hand, the numbers matching, the soft breath of relief, the whisper, thank you. This moment is your seed. This moment is your creation. This moment is the truth from which your world will grow. Now allow my voice to soften even further, as though coming from a distance, as though spoken inside a dream. Imagination is the only reality. Let those words echo gently. You need not repeat them, simply feel them as a truth. Your deeper self has always known. The work is already done. Feel the ease in that, the release, the lifting of effort, the dissolving of strain. You have won, and life now arranges itself to show you. Let that sentence move through you like warm water. Life is arranging. Life is aligning. Life is bringing every necessary detail into place, not through your effort, but through your assumption. You may hear silence now. Let the silence breathe with you. Let it become part of the rhythm. Now gently, I will speak phrases in the first person, so that your deeper self may hear them as its own voice. If you drift off, let the words become dreams. If you remain half awake, let them sink quietly inward. Both states are perfect. I am the one who wins. Say nothing. Just let the truth of it sit in the center of your being. I am the one who wins. Money comes to me in ways I cannot foresee. You do not need to imagine how. The how is already forming. You need only let the feeling settle. Money comes to me in ways I cannot foresee. Tonight my assumption is impressed upon the deep. Again, slowly, tonight my assumption is impressed upon the deep. Feel the safety in those words. Feel how final they are. Feel how complete the work already is. Now I return you to the winning moment, but even softer than before, you hold the ticket. The numbers match. A warm, gentle rush rises through your chest. Your breath trembles ever so slightly. Your eyes soften. You whisper, thank you, and you feel yourself sinking, not downward, but inward, into the certainty that this is already yours. Imagination is the only reality. You have won. The work is done. Life now arranges itself to show you. Let these words drift around you like soft clouds. Let them move in and out of your awareness. Let them blend with your breath. I am the one who wins. Money flows to me without effort. Everything unfolds in my favor. Tonight my desire is accepted by the deep. You need not listen closely. You need not hold a single thought. Just let yourself rest. Your mind may blur now. Your body may grow heavy. Your breath may slow into a gentle rhythm. Allow it. For in this state, this floating, drifting state, you are closest to the creative core of your being. And in that core, the scene is already planted. The seed is already rooted. The bridge is already formed. You have won. Now let sleep come, like a soft veil descending, like a warm tide rising, like a gentle hand guiding you inward. All is well. All is done. All is unfolding. Rest now and let the deeper self take over, for it knows the way. I will continue in the next segment whenever you ask. There is something I must tell you now, my dear. Something I could never omit and still be honest with you. If I spoke only of money, only of prizes and checks and wins, and did not tell you this, I would be giving you a fragment and calling it the whole. I have spoken to you of the law of assumption, the law of reversibility, the law of imagination. I have shown you how to use it to change conditions, to move from lack to plenty, from fear to ease, from waiting to receiving. But there is something higher than the law, something I have called the promise. The law tells you how to create circumstances. The promise reveals who you really are. The law is given that you may prove here in this world of shadows that your imagination is not a toy, not a fancy, but the creative power of God Himself. You use the law to rearrange the outer picture, to heal a body, to settle a debt, to bring about a win, and it will do all these things, faithfully, impersonally, without judgment. But beyond the law stands the promise, the awakening to your true identity as the one operating this law. The day when you know, not as theory, but as living experience, I and my Father are one, and that the Father is your own wonderful human imagination. When I speak to you of winning the lottery, of holding the ticket, of seeing the numbers line up in your favor, I am not merely teaching you how to get money. I am using this symbol to point you back to the source. For the check, the prize, the numbers, these are all shadows. They are outpictured states, formed images. The true wealth is not the paper in your hand, but the power in you that brought it forth. The outer win is a sign that you have touched the creative center, yourself. You may believe that what you seek is the money, and I understand that. In this world, money serves as a wonderful servant. It buys time, comfort, travel, education, freedom from certain forms of worry. There is nothing unspiritual about it. There is no virtue in lack. But I tell you, even as you receive the prize, even as you feel the thrill of sudden wealth, if you look only at the paper and forget the power, you will have missed the greater treasure. For consider, if the wind comes, who caused it? Not a man outside you, not a distant deity watching from the clouds, not blind chance. The cause is always your inner state. The world is your mirror. So when the numbers fall in your favor, you are not seeing the kindness of a fickle fortune. You are seeing a reflection of an assumption accepted, a feeling entertained, a state occupied within yourself. The true miracle is not that a ticket paid out. The true miracle is that you dared to assume and persisted until the shadow obeyed. One day, when you have used this law enough, when you have seen again and again that imagination creates reality, something within you will begin to stir. You will say to yourself, if my every condition springs from my inner state, if this world is but my imagining pushed out, then who am I? Not the little name you answer to when someone calls in the street, not the limited, frightened creature you may have believed yourself to be. No, you are imagination itself. You are God in action, clothed here in flesh and bone, walking through your own dream. Do not be frightened by this thought. I am not telling you that the little personality, with its habits and fears, is the Almighty. I am telling you that the I within that personality, the deep, quiet I am that knows I am. Before it says I am rich, or I am poor, I am lucky, or I am cursed, that root I am is the very name of God. When Moses asked, what is your name? The answer given was, I am that I am. It is not I am this man or that woman. It is simply I am. That is your true self. You may win the lottery. You may feel the ecstasy of that moment, the shock, the laughter, the tears of relief. You may see your outer life turn like a wheel. Debts vanish, doors open, travel begins, gifts are given, and yet, if beneath all that your sense of self remains small, if you still believe yourself a stranger to God, a little creature petitioning some external power, you will still know unease. For money can leave as easily as it came. Fortunes rise and fall, bodies age, circumstances shift. Anything that begins in time must one day end in time. But when the promise dawns, when the inner revelation bursts upon you that you are one with the creative source itself, that you are the dreamer and not merely a figure in the dream, then nothing that can be lost will ever again feel like your true wealth. You will enjoy the symbols. Yes, you will bless them. Use them well. Share them freely. But your heart will rest, not in the symbol, but in the source. I have said, and I say again, money is a symbol. The win is a symbol. It is the outward sign that you have begun to consciously exercise your creative power. Think of it as a proof, a certificate, a token that confirms, yes, the law works. Yes, imagination is cause. The sum printed on the check is not the measure of your wealth. The measure of your wealth is the realization that you can summon that check again and again, or something far beyond it, from the treasury within. The outer event is like a letter delivered to your door, reminding you that you have an account, not in some earthly bank, but in the infinite vaults of imagination. So I invite you, as you lie here, listening, perhaps with eyes half closed, perhaps already drifting into dreams, imagine not only the winning ticket, but yourself as the one to whom winnings are natural. And then, gently, go a step further. Imagine yourself as the one from whom all such symbols spring, as the origin, the source. Ask yourself quietly, if this whole drama of need and supply, of hoping and winning, of lack and abundance, is my own imagining, who am I at the center of it? Do not try to answer with the intellect. Let the question knock softly at the door of your heart. Let it linger in the background like music heard from another room. For there is a day, known only to your deeper self, when that door will open. On that day you will not merely suspect, nor argue, nor believe that you are God's imaginal activity. You will know it because you will live it. You will experience the promise. The promise is not a teaching. It is not a doctrine to accept or reject. It is an event in consciousness. You awaken from the long dream of being simply a man or a woman at the mercy of events, and you discover yourself to be the very one imagining the universe. You pass through scenes written in Scripture, birth from above, discovery of the Father, ascent into heaven, not as tales heard in a church, but as living experiences in your own skull. And when you come out of that, you see this world differently. You know it to be a magnificent, meaningful dream shaped by inner states. Why then do I speak to you of winning the lottery? Because you live now in this world of Caesar, and in this world money is needed. It pays for food, shelter, medicine, journeys, books. I want you to be free here, not bound by fear of lack. I want you to prove for yourself that you are not the victim of chance. So I teach you the law. I show you how to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, how to enter the state akin to sleep, how to plant the seed and let it grow. I walk with you up to the gate of your own treasury and say, see, you are rich. But as you gather the gold, I whisper also, this is only the beginning. Do not mistake the coin for the mine. Do not take the fruit and forget the tree. Use this win as a doorway. Step through it and seek the knowledge of who is doing the winning. It is a beautiful thing to enjoy wealth, to pay every bill with ease, to give generously, to move through life without the constant gnawing worry of how shall I manage. I do not belittle that, but I tell you, there is a joy far beyond even the greatest fortune. The joy of knowing that the very power that produced the fortune is your own being. Then, even if every coin you possess were taken from you tomorrow, you would not tremble, for you would say, very well, that shadow has passed. But I remain, and because I remain, wealth will return, if I desire it. So as you hear my words, Take comfort in this: the win you seek is already yours in imagination. By assuming it and feeling it real, you draw the shadow into form. But take deeper comfort still in this: the one who assumes, the one who feels, the one who imagines that one is eternal. The body will change, the world will change, fortunes will rise and fall. But the I who says, I am, who chooses a state and watches the world reflect it, that I does not begin with birth nor end with death, that I is God in action. Tonight, if you wish, you may say to yourself, I am the one who wins. And that is good. It will produce its fruits. But you may also let another sentence slip quietly into your depths. I am the source of every win. I am imagination itself. Do not say it loudly. Do not strain for belief. Let it be like a seed laid gently in the soil. In time, that seed will grow into a tree of knowing, and under its branches you will rest without fear. Enjoy the idea of the wealth, my dear. Enjoy the vision of the ticket in your hand, the numbers shining back at you, the laughter, the relief, the soft thank you that rises unbidden. Enjoy it. Use it. Call it into being if you so desire. But as you do, remember that the greatest discovery you can make is not that you have money, but that you are the one who called it forth. When that realization takes root, you will no longer cling to symbols. You will no longer chase prizes. You may still win them, perhaps more easily than ever before, but you will hold them lightly, as one holds a flower, knowing there are endless seeds in the earth. You will say, this is pleasant, this is useful, this is joyous, but it is not my life. My life is within. My treasure is within. My true identity is the creative I am. So let this win, which you already hold in imagination, be to you a doorway rather than a destination. Let it prove the law, and then let it lead you to the promise. For in the end, the greatest words you will ever speak are not, I have won the lottery, but I and my Father are one. And when you know what that Father is, your own imagination, you will understand that the real lottery has already been won from before the foundation of the world. And now, having spoken of law and of promise, of money as symbol and imagination as substance, I want to leave you with something very simple, very gentle, and very practical. You have heard me say that you are the operant power. You have heard me say that imagination creates reality. You have heard me say that even a lottery win is but a shadow of the greater treasure, which is the awakening to your true identity as the one who imagines. But I know that tonight, as you lie upon your bed, you do not wish only to think about these things. You wish to feel them. You wish to taste them. You wish to rest, not in theory, but in experience. You wish to know what it is to fall asleep as the one who has already won, rather than as one who is still waiting. So now I shall do something very simple. I shall lead you, as a friend would lead you by the hand, into a little imaginal act, a quiet scene. No effort, no strain, no struggle, merely the gentle arrangement of your inner world, so that as your body rests and perhaps your eyes grow heavy, your deeper self continues to hear, continues to feel, continues to accept what I am saying as true. If, as I speak, you drift into sleep, do not resist it. That is perfect. I am not speaking to the busy surface mind alone. I am speaking to the deeper mind, the one that does not sleep, the one that takes your last feeling of the day and out of it shapes your tomorrow. So let my words sink beneath the surface. Let them pass into that hidden depth where all things are conceived. Tonight you will fall asleep not as one who hopes to win, but as one who has already won. Now make yourself comfortable. If you are lying down, feel the weight of the body supported. If you are seated, let the spine be easy and the shoulders soft. There is nothing for you to do now. No decision to make, no problem to solve. For this little while, I will think for you, I will imagine for you, and you will simply follow. Let your attention drop down from the brow, from the forehead, from the thoughts that whirl there. Let it sink gently behind the eyes, like a warm stone finding its place at the bottom of a still pool. Feel the little muscles around the eyes grow soft. The tongue rests easily in the mouth. The jaw unclenches. The hands, wherever they are loose, open, without grasping. The feet are at rest. Breathe now, naturally. You do not have to arrange the breath. Let it come and go on its own. Notice only that on the out-breath, the body seems to sink a little deeper into stillness. With each exhalation, imagine you are exhaling effort, exhaling worry, exhaling the old day. With each in-breath, very softly, you inhale the sense of a new life, a new state, not as something you strive for, but as something already accomplished. Now I want you to do a very simple thing. In imagination, place yourself in a room that is familiar to you. It might be your own sitting room, your kitchen, your bedroom, wherever you would likely be when you receive news. Do not strain to see it. Just allow the impression to rise. Perhaps you see a table, a chair, a window, perhaps only a vague sense of space. That is sufficient. In this room, there is light. You know whether it is day or night. You might see the soft glow of a lamp or the pale light of morning through a curtain. Again, do not force detail. Let it come of itself. Now in this room, you are standing or sitting, and you are looking down at your own hands. See your hands now, the familiar shape of them, the way the fingers curve, the lines upon the skin. And in those hands, there is a ticket. You know what kind of ticket it is. You may not see every mark upon it, but you know its feeling. Feel the slight stiffness of the paper between your fingers. Perhaps one edge is a little rough where it was torn. Perhaps the ink has a certain smell, faint but there. Perhaps it has been folded once and bears a crease. You can feel its weight, small but real, resting in your palm. Now, in this little scene, it has already happened. You are not about to check the numbers. You are not wondering yet. You are in the moment after. Stay with that. The moment after. You have already seen the numbers. You have already heard the announcement. You have already matched them. And what you hold now is not a mere scrap of paper. You hold the winning ticket. Let that realization rise in you, softly at first, like a dawn. Perhaps there is a second where you think, can it be? And then, as you look again in imagination, you know. The numbers match. They match perfectly. There is no doubt. There is no mistake. You have won. Notice what your body does in this imaginal moment. Does your breath catch? Do your hands tremble slightly as you tighten your grip on the ticket? Does your heart beat a little faster in your chest? Let it. You are not forcing anything. You are simply allowing the natural response to a wonderful surprise. A rush of warmth may spread through the chest, up into the throat, perhaps even into the eyes. It is all right if in imagination you laugh. It is all right if in imagination tears of relief come. Allow yourself this. Now again, look down at your hands and see that ticket. Once more, feel the paper. Once more, be aware of the room around you. The floor beneath your feet, or the seat beneath you. The air touching the skin. The quiet, and over all of it, this one fact, it is done. You have won. Say within yourself now, very gently, not shouting, but as one who knows, I have it. I have it. Feel what those words mean. Not I will have, not I hope to have, but I have it, it is mine. Perhaps, in this little scene, you hear your own voice. You might murmur, my God, I've done it. Hear your voice, the way you would really speak. Perhaps you call to someone in the house. Perhaps you do not speak aloud at all, but inside you there is a great quiet shout of joy. Whatever shape it takes for you, let it be natural. Now I want you to repeat the scene, but more slowly. We shall move through it like a slow motion of the soul. You are in the room, you know which room, you are there now. Feel the floor, feel the air. You look down. Your hands are before you. Siehst, there is a ticket in them, you lift it closer to your face. You know what it means. The realization comes again, I have won. And as that knowledge dawns, a wave of relief and joy spreads through you. Stay with that wave. Ride it. Feel the weight that you have carried for years fall away, as though some great stone has been lifted from your shoulders. For a moment, Breathe as one who is free. There are no bills pressing in this moment. There is no fear of tomorrow in this moment. There is only this quiet, powerful fact. You have more than enough. You are safe. You are provided for. You are rich. Now listen as I speak, and allow my words to become your inner speech. Say quietly within, I am the one who wins. I am the one life favors. I am the one to whom money comes easily. Do not repeat it like a parrot. Hear it as truth. Let each phrase land in you like a stone dropped into a deep, still well. Again, very softly, I am the one who wins. I am the one life favors. I am the one to whom money comes easily. Feel how that differs from the old story you may have told yourself. There was a time you may have said, others win, not I. Others are lucky, not I. Tonight, you reverse it. Tonight, you take your rightful place as the one who is chosen, the one who is blessed, the one to whom the good naturally comes. Now return once more to the ticket. This time, we will add a little sound. Imagine you hear, not with the outer ear, but with the inner ear, the distant echo of a voice, perhaps from a radio, perhaps from a place where numbers are read out. Hear, just faintly, and the winning numbers are. You do not need to hear every number. You only need one thing. The moment when you know they match what is in your hand. Let that moment come. That tiny instant of is it, followed by a flood of yes it is. Feel the expansion in the chest as certainty replaces doubt. Feel the body loosen as fear melts. You might even, in imagination, sit down heavily in a chair, overcome by relief. Or you might stand perfectly still, very calm, with a small smile and the quiet thought, of course it is mine. Now rest here. You have arrived. You are no longer on the path to the win. You are dwelling after it. There is nothing to chase, nothing to pursue. The scene we are now in is not effort, it is enjoyment. It is the savoring of a finished work. As you listen, let your physical eyes, if they are still open, become heavy. If it is comfortable, allow them to close. If they are already closed, notice the darkness behind the lids. Into that darkness, we will now impress one simple picture, repeated gently, your hands, the ticket, the knowledge, I have won. See again the hands. See again the ticket. Hear again your quiet words. Thank you. Just that, thank you. Feel to whom you speak. You may call that one God. You may call it life. You may call it your deeper self. It matters not the name. What matters is that your heart bends in gratitude to the source within you that has given you this gift. Let the words, thank you, rise, not from the lips only, but from the chest, from the very center of your being. Once more, thank you. And with those words, feel a deep settling, as though some part of you, long restless, now finds its home. There is nothing now you must do to deserve it, nothing you must perform, nothing you must prove. You are simply the one who has received. If, as I speak, some little thought of doubt arises, but how, do not wrestle with it, do not fight. Simply answer it in silence with, it is already done, and return to the scene. Again the room, again the hands, again the ticket, again the quiet joy. Now I want you to stretch the scene just a little further. See yourself, still on this same day, a little later. Perhaps you are seated at a small table. Before you is not only the ticket, but perhaps a piece of paper, a letter from those who administer such matters, or a bank book, or whatever, to you, would naturally signify that the money is real, that it is acknowledged, that it is now part of your world. You look at this piece of paper. You see the sum written there. Do not strain to see every digit. You only need to know one thing. It is more than enough. More than enough to pay all that you owe. More than enough to give freely. More than enough to rest. Feel that sense of more than enough. Let it fill your chest. Let it soften your breath. Let it relax the muscles of the face. You do not need to clutch at it. You do not fear it will be taken. It is yours by right of consciousness. It is the natural outpicturing of the state you now occupy. And because the state is yours, the symbol must remain or be replaced by another equally good. Say quietly within, I have more than enough. I move through life supplied. I move through life provided for. Let those words drop into you like warm rain into the soil. No effort, no argument, only acceptance. Now, as the body grows more and more relaxed, we will simplify. We will make the scene very small, very clear, so that as you pass into sleep, it can repeat itself easily. The mind drifting in and out of drowsiness cannot hold long stories, but it can hold one picture and one feeling. So we choose the simplest of all. Your hand, the ticket, the whisper. Thank you. See the hand, the familiar skin, the shapes of the knuckles. See the ticket lying across the palm. It is already the winning ticket. Feel the paper. It is already the winning paper. Whisper within, with a soft inward smile. Thank you. Again. Hand. Ticket. Thank you. Again. Hand. Ticket. Thank you. If you like, add to it just one more phrase. It is done. Hear yourself say it. Thank you. It is done. And feel, as you say it, a gentle surrender, as though you are letting your whole weight sink into an unseen pair of arms. You no longer hold yourself up. You are held. You are carried. The work is over. If you notice your thoughts wandering, let them. Do not be harsh with yourself. Each time you become aware, quietly bring yourself back to the little picture. Hand, ticket, thank you. It is done. The repetition is not vain. It is the steady pressure that impresses the subconscious. It is the steady trickle of water that wears a channel in the stone. Now I shall speak a few words, and you will hear them not as my words, but as your own inner knowing. Let them be in the first person, for that is the language your deeper self understands. I have already won. I have already received. I am the one life favors. I am the one to whom money comes easily. I hold the winning ticket in my hand. I feel the relief in my chest. I feel the joy in my body. I am safe. I am supplied. I am rich in consciousness, and the outer world reflects it. It is done. It is done. It is done. Rest in that. Do not try to make yourself believe it by willpower. Simply let the words float across the surface of the mind like clouds across a summer sky. Some will pass quickly, some will linger. All the while beneath, the deeper self is listening, accepting, recording. If sleep comes now, let it. Fall into sleep as the one who has already won. Fall into sleep with the little picture still warm in the mind. Hand, ticket. Thank you. Fall into sleep with the quiet thought. Tonight my assumption is impressed upon the deep, and as you drift, know this. What you have assumed in feeling, what you have accepted as already done in imagination, is now a living seed in the garden of your subconscious. You do not have to watch it grow. You do not have to explain how it will break the soil of facts and appear as the harvest of your life. Your only task was to plant. That you have done. Now rest. Rest as the winner. Rest as the favored one. Rest as the rich one. Let the body sink. Let the breath slow. Let the mind grow quiet. And if in the night you should wake and remember any part of this, simply smile inwardly and say, yes, it is still done, and turn again to sleep. For now, my work in words is nearly over, and your work in silence begins. You fall asleep, and the deeper self, your own wonderful human imagination, keeps the watch. It holds the image, it holds the feeling, it shapes the bridge of incidents. And in due season, what you have lived tonight in imagination, you shall meet tomorrow in fact. Now that you have fallen asleep, or are drifting near sleep, as the one who holds the winning ticket, let me take you even deeper into something quieter, broader, and more permanent than any single event. For a ticket is but a symbol, a moment in time. Wealth, as I speak of it now, is a state of consciousness, and I want you tonight to journey with me into that state, so that even in the silence, even when nothing seems to be happening, you are rich. I have said to you that imagination is the only reality, that what you accept as true within yourself fashions the world you meet without. So if you would know effortless wealth, you must first become effortless wealth in your own inner world. Not as a strain, not as a performance, but as something so natural that you hardly think of it at all. Just as you do not struggle to believe that you are you, you do not struggle to believe that you are rich in consciousness. So again, make yourself comfortable. There is nothing to fix, nothing to improve. You are not here to work hard. You are here to rest and to accept. If you are lying in your bed, feel the mattress holding you. Feel the pillow beneath your head. The night is around you like a great soft cloak. Perhaps the world outside is quiet. Perhaps there is the distant sound of a passing carriage, or the faint murmur of voices far away. Whatever sounds there are, let them be. They belong to the outer world. We are going inward. Let your body grow heavy, as though it is sinking pleasantly into the bed. There is no effort in this. Gravity does the work. You are simply allowing it. The little muscles of the forehead smooth out. The eyes rest. The tongue is soft. The hands are easy. The breath comes and goes in its own rhythm, like a tide on a shore. Now, I want you to imagine that around you there is a silence, not only of sound, but of worry. The silence in which all the old questions, how will it happen? When will it come? What if it fails? Have grown tired and gone to sleep. You stand within yourself in a great stillness. No one is asking you for anything. No one needs you to perform. There is no demand upon you. Only this quiet, simple fact begins to glow within. I am rich. Do not rush to picture coins or notes or figures on a page. Begin with the feeling. What would it feel like, in the deepest place of you, if you truly knew that you were rich? Not for an hour, not for a day, but as the very condition of your life. How would your body feel lying in this bed, if you knew you were completely provided for? Perhaps the chest would loosen. Perhaps the throat would open. Perhaps the belly would soften. The breath might deepen of its own accord. There is no clenching, no bracing for bad news. You are not waiting for the knock of a collector or the arrival of a bill you cannot pay. You are lying here in the night, as a man or woman who has more than enough now. Let that idea spread through you like warm water. Say within yourself, gently, I am safe. I am supplied. Feel the sweetness of those words. Again, I am safe. I am supplied. You do not have to see where the supply comes from. You need only accept that it is. Just as you lie in darkness and do not see the sun, yet know that it will rise, you can lie here without seeing the particular channels, and yet know that the source of all wealth moves for you. Let us shape the feeling a little more. In imagination now, place yourself in your own home, not in the outer sense of the address, but in the inner sense of a place where you feel at ease. It might be the very room you sleep in. It might be a sitting room where you sometimes take tea. See yourself there. Perhaps it is early in the morning and the house is still. Perhaps it is late at night and a lamp is burning softly. The details do not matter, so long as you feel the atmosphere of quiet. In this room there are small signs of wealth, not ostentation, but quiet sufficiency. Perhaps you see a fine, solid piece of furniture that you chose because you liked it, not because it was the only thing you could afford. Perhaps you see a good coat hanging nearby, or a pair of shoes that fit well and wear well. Little things that speak of ease, not of scraping and compromising. Let these details form themselves as they wish. On a table near you there may be a letter, or a book, in which numbers are written. To you, this book represents your accounts. You know without even opening it that what it contains is pleasing. There is no dread in you as you look at it. Instead, there is a quiet pride, a settled satisfaction. You might, in imagination, pick it up and open it. You glance down the page, and you see that the figures there are ample. You may not read each one. You only need to know this: there is more coming in than going out. You are ahead. You are not behind. You are rich. Feel what that realization does to you. There is a little wave of gratitude, perhaps, that rises in the chest and flows down the arms and legs. Your shoulders may drop as though you have taken off a burden you had forgotten you carried. You look around this familiar room, and it is the same in its walls and windows, yet everything feels different because you are different. You stand here now as one who has enough. Say within yourself now, in the first person, I have more than enough. I am rich in every good thing. Money comes to me easily and steadily. Do not shout it. Whisper it inwardly. Let the words be like a soft chant, not hurried, not forced. I have more than enough. I am rich in every good thing. Money comes to me easily and steadily. Now return to the sense of silence. In this inner room, perhaps you sit down. You sit the way a person sits who is not hurried, who is not pressed. You might feel the weight of your body in the chair, the way the back supports you. You rest your hands in your lap. There is nothing urgent you must do about money. No schemes to make, no desperate plans. Your very resting is the proof that wealth as a state of consciousness has been assumed. You are rich enough to be still. I want you now to notice, in imagination, how you think in this state. In the old state, the poor state, the thoughts were often, will there be enough? How shall I manage? What must I cut? What must I sacrifice? In this new state, those thoughts do not even arise. New thoughts take their place, gentle thoughts such as, whom shall I bless? What shall I enjoy? What shall I now create, knowing I am free? Let one of those thoughts come. Perhaps you think, I should like to send a little gift to a friend. You imagine yourself doing it. There is no calculation, no fear that this small giving will injure you. You know that the source from which this money came is infinite, and that giving does not diminish, but proves your wealth. You feel a lightness, a generosity in your chest. This is what it is to be rich in consciousness, to be able to give in thought without flinching. Say quietly within yourself, I am able to give. I have enough to share. I am rich enough to be generous. Feel how dignified that is. You are not a beggar asking the world for scraps. You are a king or queen of your own inner realm, deciding where the abundance shall flow. Now we will deepen this even more. Return again to your physical body lying on the bed. Feel the contact points, the back of the head, the shoulders, the hips, the legs, the heels. Feel how the bed receives you without complaint. And as you notice this, imagine that the very substance of life receives you in the same way. You are supported. You are carried. You are held, not only by a mattress, but by the unseen current of life that brings you all you truly assume. Breathe in now with the thought, I receive. Breathe out with the thought, I release. Again, breathe in, I receive. Breathe out, I release. As you do this, consider that the very act of breathing is wealth. You take in that which you did not manufacture, the air, and you release that which is no longer needed. There is no fear that there will not be another breath. So it is with money to the one who is rich in consciousness. It comes, it goes, it comes again. The source is inexhaustible. Say within yourself, in rhythm with the breath if you like, I am always receiving. I am always provided for. I am always supplied. Let those words be like the tide going in and out. I am always receiving. I am always provided for. I am always supplied. Now imagine that this feeling of being supplied begins to surround you like a soft light. It may not have color, but it has a quality, a warmth, a gentleness. It is as though you are lying in a pool of quiet abundance. Nothing is being snatched. Nothing is being wrestled. Everything is being given. You lie in this light, and you know that wealth has become your atmosphere. It is in the very air around you, in the space between every thought. From this place, I want you to look back, just for a moment, at the old you, not to dwell there, but to see the contrast. There was a time when you may have thought, I am poor. I never have enough. I must struggle and scramble. See that figure, as though across a small distance. Perhaps that old self is hunched, tense, eyes worried. There is no condemnation in you now, only compassion and understanding. You know why they felt as they did, but you also know that you are not that now. Say inwardly, as though speaking to that old self, we are rich now, we are supplied now. You may rest, and see, in imagination, the old figure soften, straighten a little, breathe more easily. In that instant, you have revised your own past. You have rewritten the inner history from one of lack to one of supply. This too is part of becoming rich in consciousness. Now turn your gaze again to yourself, as you are now in imagination, calm, supplied, at ease. Let the words form quietly. I am the rich one. I am the one life favors. Money finds me. Opportunities find me. I move through the world in quiet abundance. Take your time. There is no rush. You may picture, if you wish, simple everyday scenes that confirm this. You see yourself in a shop, choosing what you genuinely want, not the cheapest thing you can tolerate. You pay easily. There is no knot in the stomach as you hand over the money. You may see yourself at a desk, glancing at your accounts and nodding, thinking, yes, this is good. You may see yourself saying to someone you love, let me take care of that, and meaning it, and doing it without strain. Do not build great castles if they make you feel strained. Build simple, natural scenes that feel like, of course. The more ordinary wealth feels to you in imagination, the more naturally it will manifest in your world. As you see these small scenes, keep returning to the underlying feeling. I am rich, not rich one day, but rich now. Even if the outer world has not yet rearranged itself, your inner declaration is enough to begin the shift. The seed is in the ground. The form will follow. I want you now to sink back into silence again. We will keep only a few simple phrases and let them echo softly. Let them be your lullaby. I am rich in the silence. Even when I do nothing, wealth comes to me. My very being is wealth. I rest and I receive. Again, very slowly, feeling each word, I am rich in the silence. Even when I do nothing, wealth comes to me. My very being is wealth. I rest and I receive. Allow these words to drift across your mind as you grow drowsy. If other thoughts come, let them pass like leaves on a stream, and gently return to, I rest and I receive. For years perhaps, you were trained to believe that only effort, only strain, only toil could bring you what you wanted. Tonight, you are being introduced to another law. That assumption, accepted in stillness, draws to you everything consistent with it. You are not earning wealth here. You are claiming it as your natural state. So lie back now into that state. Feel how quiet it is. Feel how free of argument it is. No one inside is saying, you do not deserve this. If that voice tries to speak, answer it not with contention, but with a simple, it is already mine, and sink deeper. Imagine now that the night outside your window is deep and vast, like an ocean. In that ocean move countless possibilities, ideas, opportunities, channels of supply. You do not have to swim out to them. You do not have to chase them. By the very fact that you have accepted, I am rich, the currents of that ocean begin to turn, and that which matches your new state begins to flow toward you. In the days and weeks to come, it may appear as an offer, as an idea, as a gift, as a change in your own actions, but all of it begins here, in this quiet, inner acceptance. You do nothing now but rest and accept. You do nothing now but be rich in the silence. So as you move closer to sleep, let these few phrases become softer, like distant bells fading in a valley. I am safe. I am supplied. I have more than enough. I am the one life favors. Money comes to me easily and steadily. I am rich in the silence. I rest and I receive. If you wake in the night, you may return to any one of these and repeat it once or twice, feeling its truth, and then slip back into sleep. Each repetition, lightly done, presses the state a little deeper. Each night you do this, you are training your subconscious to regard wealth as natural, as ordinary, as expected. And when wealth is natural to you within, when it is no longer a dream but a quiet inner fact, the outer world must comply. It must bring you evidence, for that is the law. You will see it in the opportunities that come, in the ease with which problems are solved, in the money that flows from sources you had not imagined. But tonight, your only task is to lie here and be rich without effort, to be the man or woman who has already arrived, to let the silence around you be filled, not with worries, but with the settled knowing, I am rich and I am kept. Now let the body go. Let the breath be soft. Let the mind be filled with this one gentle light of abundance. If my words fade, let the feeling remain. You are rich in the silence. And life, your own wonderful human imagination, will show you in the days to come just how true that is. Now I want to take you on a very particular journey, a journey from debt to overflow, not step by step in the outer world, not over years of calculation and struggle, but in a single inner assumption. For it is never the outer ledger that truly binds a man. It is the inner verdict he has passed upon himself. I am in debt. I am lacking. I am behind. Change that verdict, and you will see how swiftly the figures on the page begin to dance into new order. So once more, settle yourself. Feel the body where it lies. There is no need to sit upright or be attentive in the way you were taught at school. You may be drowsy. You may be drifting. That is perfectly all right. In that very drifting state, the guard at the door of your subconscious grows gentle and inattentive, and what you feel now can slip inside without resistance. This is the perfect time. First, I will ask you to visit the old life for a moment, not to dwell there, but to see clearly what you are leaving behind. In imagination, place yourself at a small table. On that table are the marks and symbols of debt, bills, letters, notices, perhaps a ledger with too many red figures and not enough black. You can feel, even now, how your body has used to respond to such a scene. Perhaps the shoulders tighten. Perhaps the breath becomes shallow. Perhaps the heart feels a little heaviness, a little sinking. Let yourself feel that old reaction just enough to recognize it. That is what you have been practicing, often without knowing it. The state of being in debt, each sigh, how shall I manage? Each thought, I am behind. Each night spent worrying over what is lacking has been an unconscious imaginal act, planting the same seed again and again. There is no blame in this. You did what you knew, but tonight you will know something different. Look at that table again. See the scattered papers. See the sums that do not appear to add in your favor. And now, as you stand before this picture, say quietly within yourself, this is my past. It is not my destiny. I am leaving this behind. Feel as though you are standing in a doorway, and that scene of debt lies in the room behind you. You need not fix it. You need only step out of it. Now in imagination, take a single step forward, as though you were crossing a threshold. As your foot comes down, the world around you changes. You are still you, but you are in a different inner country, a different state. This is the state of overflow. Let the old room with its cluttered table fall away behind you, like a dream that is fading in the morning light. Before you now is a different room. It may be the same physical house in the outer world, but within it has a new atmosphere. There is a sense of order here, of calm, of plenty. The air itself feels lighter. In this new room, there is also a table. On it are papers, perhaps, but notice the difference. Here, the papers do not shout at you. They do not demand. They rest quietly. You know even before you pick them up that they are in your favor. Perhaps you see envelopes already opened with letters that begin, "We are pleased," or "We confirm that your account is cleared." Perhaps there is, in this room, a small box or drawer where you keep your accounts, and you know that everything in it is in good standing. Walk toward this table. Feel the ground beneath your feet as you cross the room. You are walking as one who has already left debt behind. Your step is different now. Not hurried, not heavy, but easy, measured. There is a quiet dignity in the way you move. You are no longer the chased and hounded debtor. You are the master of your means. You come to the table and you lay your hand upon it. Perhaps you run your fingers along the edge of the wood, feeling its solidity. There is something reassuring about solid things, but you know now that the true solidity is not in the wood, but in the assumption you carry. I live in overflow. Still, we use these outer images to clothe the inner truth. In imagination, pick up one of the papers. Let this one represent an account that once troubled you. You look at it now, and instead of seeing red figures and warnings, you see a clear, simple statement. balance zero, or paid in full. The words may differ, but the meaning is the same. There is no more debt here. Feel the little movement within you as you read it. Perhaps it is a small but very real lift in the chest, a softening in the belly, a little exhale of relief. That feeling is your key. That is the feeling of, it is finished. Now, in imagination, pick up another paper. This one is not about debt at all. It is about incoming money. It might be a note from your place of employment, informing you of an increase. It might be a confirmation of rents received, if you own property. It might be a letter from someone expressing thanks and enclosing a gift. You do not have to decide exactly what it is, only this: it represents surplus, more than enough. As you look at it, you know that what it stands for is not merely covering your needs, but overflowing them. Again, notice your body's response. There is a sense of expansion, as though the chest grows wider without effort. The throat is open. The face may even feel a hint of a smile, without your trying to smile. You cannot help it. The inner acceptance of overflow produces these small physical echoes. Let them come. Say within yourself now, very simply, I live in overflow, my debts are cleared, my cup runs over. Do not say it as though you hope it will one day be true. Say it as one describing a present fact. I live in overflow, my debts are cleared, my cup runs over. To make this more vivid, we will take a little walk, in imagination. Leave the room now and step out into the street or the path outside your dwelling. The day is fine. It might be morning, it might be evening with a soft light. Feel the air on your face. Feel your feet in your shoes. You are walking now as the man or woman whose debts are behind them. You are not going out to plead. You are not going out to hide. You are simply walking in your new life. As you walk, you pass the very places where, in the old state, you might have felt shame or anxiety. Perhaps you pass a shop where once you worried whether you could pay your account. Perhaps you pass a building where letters came from those to whom you owed money. See them now, but see them differently. There is no sting, there is no dread. You walk past with a quiet inner statement. It is all settled, it is all behind me. I live in overflow now. If you like, you may imagine that someone you once owed approaches you on this walk, not to demand or accuse, but to greet you warmly. Perhaps they say, it is good to see you. Everything worked out so well. Hear those words. Let them sink in. Once you might have imagined them speaking harshly. Now they speak kindly. And the matter of money is no longer a wound between you. It has been healed, as surely as if a debt had been paid in coin. For the true payment is the shift of state. As you continue walking, notice that your attention is no longer chained to lack. You are not counting coins in your mind. You are not reviewing obligations like a prisoner counting bars. You find yourself thinking of other things, of possibilities, of delights, of ways to use your newfound ease. You may think, perhaps I shall travel, or perhaps I shall improve the home, or perhaps I shall study something new. Overflow releases your mind from constant survival. Feel that mental freedom now. Say inwardly, I have room to dream. I have space to create. I live beyond mere survival. I live in overflow. Let those words accompany your steps, as though each footfall were a quiet affirmation. Overflow, overflow, overflow. Now in this inner journey, we will come to a particular doorway. Ahead of you, there is a house you have entered many times in imagination, the house of your finances. In the old days, when you stepped through this door, you stepped into a cramped little room with worry on the walls. But tonight, as you reach the door and put your hand on the latch, you know you are entering a different place. Open the door and step into your financial house, as it is in overflow. The room is larger now. There is more space, more light. Perhaps there are tall windows through which the sunlight streams, or soft lamps that make everything warm. The very air feels rich. There are no piles of unpaid bills here. What papers there are neatly stacked, managed, at peace. In one corner of this room stands a strong chest or cabinet. In imagination, walk toward it and open it. Inside you see not emptiness, but stacks of notes, coins, or whatever form of money is most real to you. They are not thrown in carelessly. They are arranged. Yet there is a sense that there is always more, that this is but a portion, not a last stash. Let your eye rest lightly on this abundance. You do not need to count it all. You only need to know. There is more than enough for everything I desire to do. As you look at this, watch what happens to the old feeling of debt. It has nowhere to cling. In the presence of such obvious overflow, the old state cannot maintain itself. It dissolves as a shadow, dissolves in the face of a lamp. You may even say softly to yourself, "There is no debt in me anymore. I have paid every man in full in consciousness. I have honored every obligation in imagination, and now overflow replaces lack." If there is anyone in particular to whom you have felt bound by debt, bring them, in imagination, into this room now. See them standing before you. Look upon them, not as oppressors, but simply as characters in the drama of your own former state. In this new state, you are able to bless them. Perhaps you imagine handing them an envelope and seeing their face change from sternness to pleasure as they open it. Perhaps you simply hear them say, "All is well between us." Whichever way you see it, allow the feeling of settled to bloom in you. Say inwardly, with feeling, "Everything between us is now settled. I am free, and so are you." And as you say it, let a wave of release move through your body, from the top of the head, down the neck, through the shoulders, the arms, the chest, the belly, the legs, all the way to the soles of the feet. You are not merely trying to escape, you are genuinely revising the relationship from unfinished to finished, from tension to peace. Now turn away from them and face again the signs of your new life in overflow. On a desk nearby in this inner room, you see perhaps a small book, a ledger of your current state. In imagination, open it. The pages are covered not with red, but with black, and often with a plus sign. Income exceeds outgo. Supply exceeds need. The very pattern on the page is one of more than enough. Run your finger down a page and feel the satisfaction of it. Not greed, but simple, wholesome satisfaction. You might even say aloud within, "Beautiful," and mean it. For order is beautiful, and plenty is beautiful, and this is your book now. This belongs to the you who has stepped out of debt. We will seal this with a very simple inner act. In imagination, close the book and place your hand flat on the cover as though taking an oath. And inwardly, declare, slowly and with feeling, "From this moment, I assume myself to be the one who lives in overflow. My debts are cleared, my obligations are met, I am free to give and to receive. This is my new life." Let the words sink in like water into fertile soil. Do not hurry past them. From this moment, I assume myself to be the one who lives in overflow. My debts are cleared, my obligations are met, I am free to give and to receive. This is my new life. You need not know how the outer world will arrange itself to match this. You do not have to plan the bridge of incidents. You have written the end. The subconscious, faithful and wise, will write the middle. Your part is to remain in this feeling when you remember, and especially as you fall asleep. So now let the inner room fade softly, and return again to the awareness of your body lying where it lies. The bed holds you, the breath moves in and out. The night is around you. You are the same person in name, in face, in age, and yet you are not the same in state. You have stepped, in imagination, from debt into overflow. And the law is that what is accepted in imagination, if persisted in, must harden into fact. As you drift closer to sleep, you may let a few simple phrases move through you, like a gentle refrain. I have stepped out of debt. I live now in overflow. Every account is settled. My cup runs over. This is my new life. Say them slowly, or even just one of them, and feel the truth of it for a moment. Then let thought loosen, let the words grow softer, and sink back into the feeling. Should you wake in the small hours of the night, do not return to the old habit of rehearsing lack. Instead, smile inwardly and whisper to yourself, "No, that is over. I live in overflow now." And with that, roll again into the sleep of one whose mind is no longer a battlefield of creditors and calculations, but a quiet field in which the seed of plenty is growing unseen. Remember always, it is not the outside that makes the inside. It is the inside that fashions the outside. You have tonight walked into your new life, not by changing the world, but by changing your assumption of yourself, and in time the world must follow. It cannot help it. That is the law. So rest now as the one whose debts are behind him, whose accounts are in order, whose wealth is overflowing. Rest as one who is free. Rest as one who has already crossed the threshold. Your feet may still feel the old floor, but in consciousness you have stepped onto new ground, firm and rich. Sleep upon that ground. Breathe upon that ground. Dream upon that ground. You have walked, in one assumption, from debt to overflow. And life, your own wonderful human imagination outpictured, will show you how true that is. Now I want to take you to the very place where this whole law does its finest work, the borderland of sleep. For all day long you move about in the world of facts, of noise, of duties and demands. But each night there comes a moment when the curtain falls on that stage, and you stand for a brief and precious interval, at a doorway that opens directly into the deep of your own being. I call it the golden door of sleep. Through that door you have entered every night of your life, sometimes with worry, sometimes with weariness, sometimes with dull habit. Tonight, you will enter it differently. Tonight, you will walk to that door as the beggar, and pass through it as the winner. So lie as you are. Let the body rest. There is nothing for the hands to do now, nothing for the eyes to see, nothing for the tongue to say. Feel the simple weight of your body supported by the bed. Feel the quiet of the room around you. Perhaps there is the faint sound of the wind outside, or the distant hum of the world going on without you. But here, in this little circle of stillness, you are alone with yourself, with your own I am. I want you first to become aware of the beggar in you. Not to condemn him, but to recognize him, for we cannot leave a room we do not admit we are in. The beggar is that part of you that believes itself to be at the mercy of the world. It says, "I hope, I wish, if only." It looks out at circumstances and feels small, feels dependent, feels late and left out. In imagination, see yourself as that beggar for a moment. Perhaps you are sitting on a cold stone step outside the house of life. You can see through the window others who seem warm, provided for, at ease. You in this picture are outside, waiting for a hand to reach out to you, for luck to fall, for fortune to choose you. You glance at scraps of paper, at coins in the hand, at the faces of others, trying to guess where your next provision will come from. Feel for just a moment how that has been your inner posture when you said, "Maybe one day I'll win. Maybe one day my life will change. Maybe if chance favors me." That is the beggar state. It is not your fault you learnt it. It is what the world teaches. But tonight you will unlearn it. As you see yourself there on the step, notice the clothing of this beggar self. It is the clothing of doubt, of waiting, of smallness. The shoulders are slightly bowed. The eyes are not lifted very high. The hands are open but empty. This is the self who prays as though God were far away, and fortune belonged to someone else. Now look more closely. See, in the beggar's hand, a small, creased ticket. It is not yet the winning ticket. It is the symbol of someday. The beggar holds it loosely, half hopeful, half afraid, as though life might give or life might refuse, and he has no say. That is the state you are leaving. You, the true you, stand now behind this figure, watching. And I say to you gently, you are not this beggar. You have worn his garments in imagination, you have walked in his attitude, but you are not bound to him. You are free this very moment to rise from that step and approach the golden door. So in imagination, step closer to your beggar self and lay a hand upon his shoulder. Feel the contact. Feel the warmth of your own hand. And now, very kindly, say to him within yourself, "You have begged long enough. Tonight we enter differently." As you say it, see him look up at you. There is surprise in his eyes, and perhaps a flicker of hope, for he dimly recognizes that you are his own deeper self. Now help him to his feet. As he stands, something curious begins to happen. The rags he wears are not quite so ragged. They begin to change, little by little, as though the very act of standing has called a new garment around him. You need not hurry this. Watch it like a slow, gentle magic, the worn cloth smoothing itself, colors deepening, the posture straightening. What you are witnessing is the change of state, from beggar to winner. Before you now, where once the cold stone steps stood, there is a great door. It is tall, higher than any man, and its surface seems to glimmer softly, as though it were made of some warm, living metal. This is the golden door of sleep. Through this door you pass each night, whether you know it or not. Tonight you will pass through knowingly, deliberately, as one who knows the law. On this door, written not with ink, but as a quiet knowing in your heart, are these words: "As you enter, so shall you awake." You may not see the words with your eyes, but you feel them. You understand their meaning. The state you carry through this door is the state the subconscious accepts as true, and out of that state it will build the stage upon which you play tomorrow. So I ask you now, how will you enter? Will you go in as the beggar, thinking, if only perhaps one day, or will you go in as the winner who calmly declares, "It is done. I have already received"? Take a breath now, very softly. Let it flow in, and as you breathe in, feel as though you draw into yourself the courage to assume what the world would call impossible. As you breathe out, feel yourself releasing the habits of begging and pleading. Again, in, courage to assume; out, release of begging. You and the former beggar stand before the golden door. But now, as you look at him, you see that he has changed. His back is straight, his eyes are clear. In his hand, the little, doubtful scrap of a ticket has become something different. It is the winning ticket. The numbers on it, whether you see them clearly or simply know that they are right, line up perfectly. His hand trembles not with fear, but with the shock of joy. That beggar who has become the winner is you. Not tomorrow, not one day. Now, as you look at him, feel the recognition. This is how I choose to enter sleep tonight. Not as the one who waits, but as the one who has already received. Step now into his body, as you might step into a well-fitting coat. Feel the alignment as you merge with this new self. You are now standing directly before the golden door as the winner. In your hand is the proof, the outer symbol of inner fulfillment, the ticket, the letter, the check, whatever image best conveys to you. I have won. My life has changed. Look down at your hand in imagination. See the object there? Notice its texture. Feel it pressing lightly against your palm and fingers. Perhaps the paper is smooth and stiff. Perhaps you can see the ink glistening in the light. Perhaps you hear your own breath as it catches for a moment in your throat, as the realization hits. It is mine. It has happened. Let that wave of realization run through you. It begins as a kind of incredulous joy. The mind almost wants to say, "Can this really be?" But you do not allow that to turn into doubt. Instead, you let it deepen into a calm, deep, almost holy sense of, yes, yes, of course, it was always coming to me. It was always mine in imagination. Now it has simply taken form. Feel the heart quicken just a little. Feel a warmth spread through the chest. Perhaps your knees feel slightly weak with relief. Allow all of that. These sensations are the language by which the subconscious is impressed. They are the living ink with which you write your new reality upon the deep. Now lift your free hand and place it upon the golden door. It is warm to the touch, not cold like metal left in the night air. It feels almost alive, as though there were a heart beating on the other side, which is your own deeper self. You do not need to knock. This door has always been yours to open. Before we pass through, I want you to make a simple declaration within yourself, not as a beggar asking, but as one giving himself a command. Say quietly, I enter this sleep as the winner. I cross this door in the state of having already received. Feel the truth of it. Again, I enter this sleep as the winner. I cross this door in the state of having already received. Now gently, in imagination, press the door. It swings inward at your touch, silently, smoothly, onto a darkness that is not empty, but rich, like a soft velvet night. This darkness is the subconscious, the womb of creation. It is to this inner place that you bring your assumption. Step through. As you cross the threshold in imagination, be acutely aware of the state you are carrying. You are not whispering, perhaps. You are not half apologizing for desiring. You are walking as one whose victory is already accomplished. Each step within this darkness resounds, not with the hollow sound of an empty hall, but with the solid, satisfying echo of, "It is done. It is done. It is done. It is done." Here in this inner night, there is no need for many pictures. One scene, well chosen and well felt, is enough. So let that scene rise again now, clear and simple. You as the winner, perhaps sitting quietly after the shock of excitement has passed, holding the ticket or the proof in your hand, alone for a moment with your own gratitude. See yourself seated in a familiar chair. The room around you is still. The noise of the day has faded. On your lap lies the outer evidence of your win. You are not shouting now, you are breathing. Slowly, deeply. You look down once more, not to check if it is true, but to savor the sweetness of it. It is done. Feel that calm, deep satisfaction, like a warm weight in the chest. In this quiet moment, hear yourself whisper, "Thank you." You do not need to address the words to something outside of you. The thankfulness itself is the sign that you have accepted the gift. You might say, "Thank you, my Father," or "Thank you, my own wonderful imagination," or simply, whatever the form the feeling is, "I have received." Let that feeling drop like a stone into a still pool, sending gentle ripples through your whole being. Now I tell you a great secret. If you will make this simple scene, the quiet, thankful winner, your final mental act before sleep, each night the golden door will take that scene as your true state and impress it on the subconscious. The depths will not argue with you. They will not say, "But look at yesterday's balance. Look at the odds, look at the bills." The subconscious accepts only what you feel real at the moment you pass through the door. So as your body grows more and more relaxed, as the lids of the eyes grow heavier, as thought begins to stretch and blur at the edges, bring yourself again and again, gently, without strain, back to this one moment. In the quiet, as the winner, with the proof in your hand, saying softly, "Thank you. It is done." If other thoughts come, if the old beggar voice tries to speak, what if it doesn't work? What if you are fooling yourself? Do not wrestle with it. Do not argue. Simply turn your head away from it in imagination as you would turn away from an uninteresting sound, and look again at the ticket, the check, the letter in your hand. Feel again the wave of relief. Hear again that gentle inner thank you. You are not trying to push away doubt. You are simply choosing a different focus. Remember, you are not driving a plow through stone. You are sowing a seed into yielding soil. A few moments of clear, felt assumption here, at the golden door of sleep, are worth hours of strained effort in the day. You are not to do this for a long time. You are to do it until it feels natural, and then let sleep take you. As you drift now, I want you to begin to let the words grow simpler and slower. You may reduce all you have seen to a few phrases, like a lullaby for the subconscious. I enter this sleep as the winner. I have already received. It is done. Thank you. You may say them in the first person, as I ask you to do now. I enter this sleep as the winner. I have already received. It is done. Thank you. Let them fall softly within you, not as a shout, but as a murmur. Feel the body sinking a little deeper into the bed. The limbs are heavy, pleasant, warm. The muscles loosen their grip on the day. The face smooths. The breath finds its own slow rhythm. You stand no longer at the outer side of the golden door. You are already within the inner chamber of night. Here, there is nothing to do. The work is finished. The imaginal act has been performed. The seed has been planted. Your only task now is not to dig it up with worry. So if, as you hover between waking and sleep, a last flicker of concern arises, but how? But when? Smile inwardly and answer it with a single phrase: that is not my work. My work is done. I enter as the winner. In this way you shift the whole burden of the how, from your little reasoning mind to the infinite wisdom of the subconscious, which is your own deeper self, one with God. It knows ways and means your waking mind could never devise. It knows whom to move, what letter to send, what opportunity to open. You do not need to instruct it. You need only give it the end. So, as you feel yourself drifting, repeat once more, very gently, with the least possible effort: I am the one who has already won. I enter this sleep as the winner. My world must now rearrange itself to show me what I have accepted within. Do not strain to hold on. Let the words melt into feeling. Let the feeling melt into the darkness. Let the darkness cradle you. If you wake in the night, do not return to the old begging posture. Do not start mentally counting, calculating, worrying. Instead, remember, the golden door is here again. You may pass through it afresh. So simply restore for a moment the picture. You, quiet, with the proof in your hand, whispering, thank you. Then roll over and let sleep reclaim you as the winner. In the morning, when you wake, you may not at once see great outer changes. Do not be troubled. Remember, the seed works in silence. The bridge of incidents is already forming. You have, by the way, you entered the golden door, instructed the deep to treat I am the winner as fact. The day that follows will contain, in seed form, the rearrangements needed to bring the outer scene in line with the inner. But that is the business of tomorrow. For now, as you lie here, between one world and another, know this: you need never again enter sleep as a beggar. Each night, you may approach this golden door with the quiet dignity of one who claims his inheritance, not from another, but from himself. You are not pleading with a distant deity. You are impressing your own creative center. You are saying to your own wonderful human imagination, this is who I am now. I am the one who has already won. And imagination, being God in action, will take you at your word. So rest now in that knowledge. Rest as the winner. Rest as the one for whom it is already done. Let the golden door swing slowly shut behind you as you slip deeper into the soft, rich darkness of sleep, carrying with you only one state, the state of having already received. And as you go, let this final, simple assurance fill the whole of you, like a gentle golden light. I enter as a beggar no more. I sleep as the winner. I wake to a world that mirrors my victory. Sink into that. Breathe it. Let it become the very atmosphere of your sleep. And the law, unfailing and exact, will bring forth its harvest in your waking world. Now that you have entered sleep as the winner, I want to take you into the life that follows. Not the moment of winning only, but the quiet days after, when wealth has settled into you like a natural garment. For it is not enough to imagine the shock and the joy of the win. You must also learn to feel the calm ease of living after it. So let us step, in imagination, into an ordinary day in your new life. Not a day of fireworks or celebration, but a simple day, the sort of day the world would call nothing special. Yet in this day, everything is different, because you are different. See yourself now, not in some strange place, but in your own familiar home. Perhaps the morning light is coming through the window, soft and pale. Perhaps you hear the faint sounds of life outside, a carriage on the street, footsteps passing, distant voices. You are at a table you know well. Before you, there is a small stack of envelopes. Once, these would have made your heart tighten. Once, you would have looked at them with dread, thinking, another bill, another demand. Will I have enough? But that is the old story. That is the old self. Tonight, we put on the new. In imagination, sit down at that table. Feel the chair beneath you, solid and familiar. Feel the weight of your body supported with ease. Your breathing is calm. There is no rush, no tension. The envelopes are there, but they no longer accuse you. They are simply pieces of paper, neutral, waiting to be touched by the hand of one who knows he can meet every obligation with ease. Reach out now, in imagination, and take the top envelope. Feel the texture of it between your fingers, the slight resistance as the paper bends, the whispering sound as you slide it closer. There is no heaviness in your chest as you do this. There is only a mild curiosity, and beneath that, a deep, settled knowing. Whatever it is already taken care of. Open the envelope, hear the faint tear as you pull it along the edge, fold back the paper, and slide out the bill within. Perhaps it is for the lights, perhaps for rent, perhaps for something else altogether. The exact name is not important. What matters is the feeling. Look at the amount written there. Notice how, this time, your heart does not leap in fear. There is no inner cry of, "How will I pay this?" Instead, there is a quiet, almost gentle thought. Of course, this too is easily covered. Feel that. Feel the difference. You may see your hand reaching for a checkbook, or for a ledger, or for a pile of banknotes. Whatever, in your world, represents payment. Notice the ease in your movement. There is no counting on your fingers, no desperate calculating, no tightening of the jaw. Your hand moves smoothly, naturally, like water flowing downhill. If you use a checkbook, see yourself open it. Feel the slight give of the cover. The paper inside is clean. Ready. Take up a pen. Feel its weight, familiar in your fingers. You glance at the amount on the bill, and it means nothing more alarming to you than a word you can easily pronounce. You begin to write. As you write the numbers on the line, observe your inner state. There is no resistance. There is almost a pleasure in it, a sense of, "I am well able to do this. I am the one who pays in full, calmly, quietly, without strain." Feel that identity settle into you. You are not the one who delays. You are not the one who hides the envelope in a drawer. You are the one who faces each bill with the calm of a man whose resources are more than sufficient. See the ink forming the figures. Hear, if you like, the faint scratch of the pen on paper. At the end, you sign your name with an easy hand. There is no trembling. There is a gentle pride, a dignity. Your name itself feels like a seal of abundance. Now tear off the check. Listen to the little rip as it comes free. Place it on the bill. Perhaps you fold them together, slip them into a new envelope. Perhaps, in your imagination, you stamp across the face of the bill in large letters, "Paid in full." See those words. Let them be bold, decisive, clear. Paid in full. Say it softly, within yourself now, not as a wish, but as a statement. Paid in full. Feel what those words mean, not only for the paper before you, but for your own inner life. The weight, the nagging thought, the background worry, it all dissolves before that feeling. It is settled, it is handled, it is complete. Take up the next envelope from the stack. Again, feel no dread. In fact, there is a kind of rhythm forming, a quiet satisfaction in knowing that every claim that life presents to you is met, and more than met, by the wealth you carry. Open it, see the numbers. You may think, "This would once have terrified me." But that is past. Now it is a small thing, a very small thing to one such as you. Again you take up the means of payment. Again you write, or count, or sign. And again you feel that warm sense of, "I am equal to this. I am more than equal. I am the one who pays easily." Let that become a phrase for you. I am the one who pays easily. Not with struggle, not with sacrifice, but with ease. If you like, imagine somewhere, unseen to you, the record of your life being written. In that quiet, invisible book, a line is added, "This one is faithful. This one is abundant. This one answers every claim upon him with grace." You do not have to see the book, just know the meaning. You have become, in your own eyes, the man or woman who lives after the wind, not under the weight of lack. Now let us take a little scene beyond the table. Imagine that you have walked to a place where, in the past, you might have gone with some unease, a landlord's office perhaps, or the desk of some creditor. Let the scene be simple. You stand before a counter. Behind it stands a man who once knew you as someone always on edge, always asking for more time, always barely keeping up. But now, you come differently. You step forward with a relaxed step. Your shoulders are straight but loose. There is a faint smile at the corners of your mouth. Not forced, just natural. In your hand, you carry the payment. You do not clutch it, you hold it lightly. See the man look up at you. Watch his expression as you say, in a calm, even voice, "I've come to settle this account." Hear your own voice. There is no apology in it, no shrinking. It is steady, friendly, assured. The man nods, perhaps a little surprised by the ease in you. Hand him the payment. Watch his fingers take it. See him glance at the amount, then back at you. "Thank you," he says. That clears everything. See, hear those words. That clears everything. Let them reverberate inside you. That is what you are doing now in imagination, clearing everything. Perhaps he adds, if everyone were as prompt as you, we would have no trouble at all. Whether he says it aloud or not, feel that as the way life regards you now. You are the one who is never behind. You are the one who walks ahead of demand. The world calls such a man prosperous, secure, solid. You call him self. For that is who you are now assuming yourself to be. Turn and walk out of that office. Feel the lightness in your step. The air even seems fresher as you go out into the street. There is no weight pressing on your chest. No mental list of all the things still hanging over me. The accounts are clear, you have dealt with them simply, and life feels open and wide before you. As you walk, say quietly within yourself, "This is my normal life now. I pay everything with ease. I do not fear the envelope. I do not fear the knock at the door. I am always able." Let that last phrase sink in. I am always able. That is wealth in its simplest form, the ability to answer life's demands without inner disturbance. Now let us come to a quieter, more intimate scene. See yourself, at the end of such a day, sitting perhaps by a window as evening falls. The sky is dimming. A few lamps in the distance are lit. In your hand you hold the small stack of receipts, or the mental memory of the bills you have paid. Place them, in imagination, in a neat little pile. Look at that pile and think, each one of you was once a source of fear. Now you are simple pieces of paper, evidence of my ability to give. Feel the pride, the clean, good pride of a man or woman who can say, "I meet all my obligations." It is not a boast, it is a quiet joy. You are not frightened by the word responsibility anymore. To you, it simply means the ability to respond, and you have that in abundance. Rest the pile upon the table, or tuck it away, and then let your eyes close in imagination. Feel yourself lean back slightly in your chair. Let out a breath, not a sigh of worry, but a long, contented exhale. The day is done. The accounts are clear. There is nothing chasing you, nothing lurking, nothing waiting to pounce. Now I want you to notice something very important. In this whole imaginal day, you have not once thought, "I must be careful. I might run out." You have never thought, "This payment will leave me bare." You have not felt any need to cling or to hoard. Always and everywhere, the feeling has been, there is enough, and there will be enough tomorrow, and the day after that. That feeling is the true wealth. The numbers are only its shadow. So let us deepen that feeling now. Imagine, somewhere just out of sight, the reservoir from which all these payments have come. It may be a bank account, it may be a coffer, it may simply be a sense of an invisible source. See it in whatever form appears naturally to you, and see it not emptying but replenishing. Every time you give out in payment, it fills again from a deeper well. Perhaps you picture a cistern with water flowing in from an underground spring. No matter how many buckets you draw, the level soon rises. Or perhaps you see a great ledger with sums being subtracted on one side, and larger sums quietly added on the other. The precise image is unimportant. The meaning is this: I cannot exhaust my source. I am connected to something inexhaustible. Feel that. Say within yourself, I live from an infinite source. I cannot run out of the very life that feeds me. As you say it, imagine looking at one more bill, one that in the old days would have seemed too large, almost monstrous. You take it in hand, look at the amount, and this time, instead of shrinking, you feel yourself almost smile. Not out of arrogance, but out of a relaxed confidence. Even this, you say inwardly, is small to the wealth that I am. You pay it as easily as you paid the smallest one. Same calm hands, same steady breath, same simple act. And as you do, you notice that your sense of self is not diminished by the giving. It seems enlarged. You feel bigger inside, more capable. That is the nature of true wealth. The more you exercise it, the more you feel it as yourself. Now I want you to reduce this whole imaginal journey to a few clear impressions, so that you can carry them with you as you drift towards sleep. First, the feeling of opening an envelope without fear. Let that be a little picture you can return to quickly, your hand calm, steady, breaking the seal on a letter, and your body remaining relaxed. No jolt, no sinking. Second, the feeling of writing or arranging the payment with ease. You do it slowly, comfortably, perhaps even with a hint of enjoyment. The act is not heavy. It is simple. Third, the deep inner sentence. Paid in full. See it or hear it, or both. That phrase becomes like a stamp, not only on the bill, but on your own heart. Paid in full. Nothing outstanding. Nothing hanging over you. And fourth, the quiet, satisfied breath at the end of the day. That exhale of completeness. The sense of it is all taken care of. I am well able to meet life. Feel that breath now. Let yourself actually take it. Here, as you listen. Inhale, and then exhale. With that inner thought of completion. You may, if you wish, add a gentle affirmation in the first person, to be repeated softly as you drift. I pay every bill with ease. I am always supplied. Every claim upon me is already met. I live after the win, in calm abundance. Speak it slowly within yourself, not as something you hope will one day be true, but as a description of your life now in imagination. And remember, imagination is the only reality as cause. If, tomorrow, a bill appears in the outer world that would once have stirred you to worry, you need not be dismayed. You have not failed. It is simply the echo of old assumptions. In that moment, do not bow to the echo. Return inwardly to this scene we have just built. See yourself again at the familiar table, writing with ease, stamping paid in full, and feeling that lazy, satisfied breath at the end. By doing this, by living in imagination after the win again and again, you train your subconscious to accept, I am the one who pays with ease, as your true self-concept. And when that is accepted, the outer means, the numbers, the channels through which money flows must appear, in ways your waking mind could not plan. So as you move now closer to sleep, let the images grow softer, but keep the feeling bright. You are not the one pressed under by obligations. You are the one standing above them, calmly, easily, taking pleasure in your ability to answer everyone. You are not the man chased by bills. You are the man whose presence says to every claim, you are already settled. Rest in that. Let it be your new normal. Let it be as ordinary to you as breathing. You have imagined the winning moment. Now you have imagined the life after the win, quiet, stable, generous, at ease. And I tell you, the more you inhabit that life in imagination, the more surely will the outer world rearrange itself to resemble it. So close your inner day now. Place, in imagination, the last receipt aside, lean back, breathe, and say with me, very gently, I live after the win. I pay everything with ease. I am supplied. I am safe. I am free. Let those words soak into the silence. Let them fall down into the deep, like seeds into good soil. And sleep, not as one who hopes to be free one day, but as one who already lives in that freedom, paying every bill with ease in the rich, creative realm of imagination. Close your eyes now, and come with me into a scene so simple, so ordinary, that the world would overlook it. Yet in it lies the symbol of your freedom. I want you, for this night, to forget all talk of lack, of figures, of debts and demands. For this night you are to think only of one thing: the check in your hand. Let everything around you grow quiet. Feel the weight of your body where you lie. Your hands rest easily by your side. Your breath is slow, unhurried, like the gentle rise and fall of a calm sea. You are not here to calculate. You are not here to plan. You are here to receive a picture and to let it sink so deeply into you that it becomes more real than any fact you have ever known. In imagination, see before you a simple table. It may be the table in your own home, a familiar piece of furniture, worn in places perhaps, or smooth from years of use. On that table lies an envelope. Nothing grand, nothing shining, just an ordinary envelope. Yet tonight, that envelope is the doorway to your financial freedom. Bring yourself, in imagination, to that table. Feel your feet upon the floor. Feel the slight bend in your knees as you draw the chair back. Hear the faint scrape of wood on wood. Then sit. Feel the chair receive you, solid and sure. The room around you is quiet. Perhaps a shaft of daylight rests across the boards, or perhaps it is evening and a lamp casts a soft circle of light upon the table. Choose what feels most natural to you, and let it be so. Now place your gaze upon the envelope. See it clearly. Notice its color, perhaps off-white, perhaps pale brown. Notice if it has your name written upon it. See your name there, not in fear, but with a sudden awareness. This is for me. Let your hand reach out. Feel your fingertips touch the paper. It is cool, perhaps a little rough. There is no trembling in your hand now. There is only a calm curiosity, as though a part of you already knows what lies inside. Draw the envelope closer. Hear the faint sound as it slides over the table. Then, with deliberate slowness, open it. Feel the small resistance as the flap tears or the seal breaks. You do not rush, you savor this moment. You know that what you are about to behold is the physical shadow of a wealth that is already yours in imagination. From within the envelope, take out the check. See it, truly see it. The paper is of a slightly different weight, a little firmer. Perhaps the edges are crisp. There are printed words at the top, the name of a bank, perhaps, or a company. There is your own name written or printed upon it as the recipient. Let your eyes rest upon your name there. This is not a check made out to someone. This is made out to you. Now slowly, let your gaze travel to the amount written. I will not choose it for you. Let your own inner wisdom write it there. Perhaps it is just enough to clear all that you owe and leave you breathing free. Perhaps it is far beyond that. An amount that lifts you not only out of debt, but into ease, into overflow, into plenty. Allow the figure that feels like true freedom to appear. Do not force it. Let it spread across the line in clear, steady numbers. And when you see it, just observe what rises within you. At first, there may be a spark of disbelief. Can this really be for me? Let that come and pass. Then there comes the rush, the sudden surge of joy, of relief, of almost dizzy wonder. Your breath catches for a moment. You read the amount again, and each time your body answers with the same truth. Yes, it is real. It is mine. Feel your fingers tighten just a little around the edges of the check, not in fear of losing it, but in a kind of affectionate amazement. You turn it slightly, watching the light pass over it. You trace the figures with your eyes, perhaps even with the tip of your finger. You see the line where the amount is written in words. Pay to the order of N, and then the sum spelled out patiently, in letters. It feels official, solid, undeniable. Bring the check a little closer to you. Hear the faint rustle of the paper as it moves. Perhaps you hold it up just for a moment, in front of your chest, as though embracing the reality it represents. Then you let your shoulders drop in a long, deep exhale. That exhale is important. It carries with it all the years you have spent tightening yourself against lack, Let that breath carry out the strain, the constant calculating, the nightly worry. With this check in your hand, that story is finished. Now I want you to imagine what this check means, not in vague terms, but concretely. See in your mind's eye all the bills, all the amounts that once weighed upon you, rather than picturing them as chains. See them as small pieces of paper arranged neatly in front of you. Then, like a gentle wave, let the awareness wash through you. This one check answers them all. You may imagine yourself sorting those old bills into a pile, and then, in imagination, laying the check right on top of them like a crown. The many under the one. The scattered demands beneath the single, satisfying answer. Feel the rightness of that. Feel the completeness of it. Now take a moment, in this imaginal scene, to calculate not with strain, but with pleasure. Let your mind quickly add, this portion will clear this debt. That portion will clear that one. This amount will settle what I owe to this person. That place, and still, I have more. Still, there is something left that is mine, to keep, to enjoy, to breathe with. If you want, you may imagine yourself standing before a ledger where all your obligations are listed. With the check in your hand, you go down the list, placing a firm, satisfying mark of completion by each line. Perhaps it is a check mark, perhaps a stamp that says paid, perhaps simply a line drawn through it. See the page changing, the ink of bondage becoming the ink of freedom. When you reach the bottom, there are no amounts left standing against you. The ledger is clear. Now return your attention once more to the physical sensation of the check in your hand. Feel its weight. Feel the way the paper creases slightly where your fingers rest. Notice how natural it feels to hold it. At first, it might feel extraordinary, almost too much. But I want you now to let that feeling of extraordinary soften into of course. You look at your name, at the amount, and instead of I cannot believe this, you begin to feel, this makes sense. This is fitting. This is what my life is now. Let it become ordinary. In the holiest sense of that word, not common, but comfortable. You are not a stranger to financial freedom. You are at home in it. Let us walk now in imagination from the table to the place where this check is received and transformed into accessible wealth. Perhaps it is a bank with tall columns and cool floors. Perhaps it is a smaller office with a simple counter. Whatever form appears, let it be familiar, unthreatening. You have been here before, you know the way. Feel your body rise from the chair, the check held securely but lightly in your hand. You move through the room, open the door, step out. There may be a soft breeze against your face. You hear the sounds of the street, the muted murmur of voices, the distant roll of wheels. And beneath it all, there is a new sound within you, a quiet inner song. It is done. It is done. It is done. As you walk, notice your posture. You do not hurry. You do not drag your feet. Your step is even unforced, yet sure. You are not walking as a beggar, hoping for approval. You are walking as the rightful bearer of a promise already fulfilled. Every movement says, I am provided for. I am upheld. Now you reach the place. See the door. It might be glass or wood. Whatever it is, you touch the handle and feel its coolness. You push. It yields. Inside, there is a gentle hum of activity. Perhaps a clerk writing, a man speaking softly, the rustle of paper. You step up to the counter. The person behind it looks up and meets your eye. Observe yourself in this moment. You do not feel small. You do not feel examined. You feel equal, perfectly at ease. You rest your hand on the counter, and then you lift the check and place it where it must go. Feel your fingertips. Leave it. There is no clinging. Your work, as far as the physical act goes, is simple and complete. You have brought the symbol of your freedom to the place where it is honored and transmuted. Hear your own voice now, calm and straightforward. I'd like to deposit this, please. Or perhaps I'd like to cash this. Choose the phrase that suits your desire. Hear how naturally the words come. There is no tremor in them. There is, if anything, a subtle warmth, a quiet joy contained. The person on the other side takes the check, Watch their eyes move over it. You do not strain to see their reaction. You simply stand there, breathing steadily, knowing they will find exactly what you already know, that this check is valid, sufficient, unquestioned. Perhaps they say, "That is quite a sum," with a raised brow and a small smile. Perhaps they say nothing at all, and simply proceed. You watch as they write, stamp, record. You hear the small clack of a stamp coming down upon the paper, perhaps the turning of pages. All the little office sounds that once might have made you anxious now feel almost musical. Each click, each scratch of pen is part of the rhythm of your liberation. Then they look up again and say something simple. "All right, that's done." Or, "The funds are now in your account." Or, "Here is your cash." Hear those words. Let them sink in. That's done. The external world has now echoed what you accepted within. It is done. If you have chosen to deposit the check, imagine now that unseen numbers in your favor have swelled. Somewhere, in ledgers and records you do not see with your outer eye, a balance has risen high. It stands there like a great, quiet reservoir, available to you. If you have chosen to receive the money in your hand, feel the weight of it now. Feel the notes or the coins pressing gently into your palm. Notice again that sense of calm. There is joy, yes, but not frenzy. You are not giddy. You are steady. You thank the clerk, not as one groveling, but as one polite equal. "Thank you," you say. With a small nod, they reply in kind, and you turn and walk out, back into the light of the day. Pause for a moment on the threshold. Feel the air upon your face again. This time, it feels different, not because the air has changed, but because you have. You stand there, perhaps with a folded slip in your pocket showing your new balance, or with the cash in an envelope in your hand. You know, in this imaginal moment, that the story of being pressed under, of never quite having enough, is over. Take a few steps down the street. As you walk, ask yourself quietly, what is now possible for me that once seemed closed? Do not answer in a rush. Let the answers arise gently. Perhaps you see yourself walking past a shop where once you only looked in the window, and now you know you may enter without counting every coin. Perhaps you think of a person you owe, and you feel the relief of being able to say, "I can settle this fully." Perhaps you sense, more than see, a whole horizon of choice opening before you. Now let the scene shift to your home again. But your home after this deposit, after this cashing of the check. You enter. The same walls, the same furniture, perhaps, but the atmosphere is lighter. You move through the rooms as one who is not running from something unseen. You lay the slip upon the table, or tuck it into a drawer, or place the envelope in a safe place. And then you do something very simple. You sit down and rest. Feel your body sink into the chair or the couch. Let your back soften. Let your hands rest open upon your legs. And breathe in the reality of what you have just experienced in imagination. I have received. I have been answered. I am financially free. Do not make it complicated. Reduce it to that feeling. Now I will give you a few phrases to whisper within yourself slowly, so that your subconscious may hear. The check is in my hand. My name is on it. The amount is more than enough. Every debt is cleared. I am free to breathe. I am free to choose. I am financially free. Speak them not in a hurried chant, but like a man reading a letter of good news aloud. Between each phrase, pause. Feel the meaning. Let your body answer. If any old thought tries to rise up and argue, "But how could this happen? When? From where?" Do not wrestle with it. Simply turn your attention back to the scene. The check in your hand, your name, the amount, the breath of relief. The law is not concerned with the path. The law concerns itself only with the end accepted. The bridge of incidents will be built without your strain. Now as you lie here in your bed, listening to my voice, I want you to dwell in that last, sweet moment, seated quietly at home, after it is all done. The check has been cashed or deposited. The bills are answered. The records are changed. And there you sit, in a simple room, in simple clothes, perhaps with a cup of something warm in your hand, looking out at the evening. In your chest, there is space where once there was tightness. In your mind, there is quiet, where once there was constant calculating. Place your hand, in imagination, over your heart. Feel its steady beating. Say within, very gently, I am safe now. I am supplied now. I am free now. Let each now be like a soft bell in the distance. Not loud, but clear. Not urgent, but certain. If you choose, you may see yourself taking that check in imagination and folding it once very carefully and placing it in a little box or book as a keepsake. Not because you need it any longer, it has already done its work, but as a symbol that you can look upon and say, this was the day my life turned. This was the day I entered the state of financial freedom. See yourself closing the box or the book with a gentle finality. The act says, it is part of my history now. Understand this tonight. You are writing that history in advance. You are deciding that one day you will look back and say, I remember the night I lay in my bed, and in imagination I held that check. I remember how real it felt. And now, here I sit in possession of what I once only assumed. That remembrance begins now in the unseen. So as sleep draws nearer, let the details of the scene grow softer, but hold fast to the core, the check in your hand, your name on it, the amount more than enough, the feeling of I am free. Let that feeling be the last thing on your mind as you drift over that border into the deeper country of the subconscious. If you wake in the night, do not trouble yourself with questions. Simply return for a moment to that image, your fingers upon the paper, the numbers clear, your breath of relief, and then turn again to rest. Each time you do, you impress the pattern deeper. Each time you do, you water the seed. You do not need to know the hour, nor the instrument, nor the channel by which this freedom will appear in the outer world. You need only know with a quiet inner certainty that you have already received it in imagination, and that imagination is the only reality as cause. So lie back now. Let your body grow heavy, your limbs loose. Let your breathing be slow and easy. And in the secret theater of your mind, hold that simple, beautiful picture. The check is in my hand. My name is on it. The amount is more than enough. I am financially free. Fall asleep as the one who has already received. And when you wake, walk through your day as that one, not striving, not begging, but living from the end. For as you believe yourself to be, so shall your world become. Rest now. The check is written. The name is yours. The amount is enough. It is done. Tonight, I want to take from you one of the cruelest stories you have ever told yourself. It is not written on any page, yet you have carried it in your mind for years. It is the story, I am unlucky. Others are chosen, I am overlooked. You have worn this story like a garment, and the world, obedient as always, has reflected it faithfully. You have seen others receive, and you have said, not me. You have called it fate, misfortune, bad luck. But I tell you now, it was never fate, it was only assumption. So let us, this very night, go into the inner workshop and change that story. Let us rewrite the book you have been reading from, so that your world may read you anew. Close your eyes softly. Let the weight of your body fall into the bed. Feel the support beneath you. There is nothing you need to do with your hands. Nothing you need to do with your mind. You are not here to strain. You are here to listen and to feel. That is all. First, I want you to bring into your awareness the old story, not to strengthen it, but to make it visible, so that we may lay it down. Listen to the phrases you have perhaps spoken many times within yourself. I never win. Things never work out for me. Others are lucky. I am not. I am the one that life skips over. Hear them as echoes in a long, empty hall, old and tired. Do not argue with them. Do not defend them. Simply recognize them as sentences, nothing more that you once agreed to. Now see in imagination a small book in your hands. The cover is worn. The edges are frayed. On the front, in dull, faded letters, is written, The Unlucky One. This is the book you have been reading from unconsciously, turning its pages with every thought, every expectation. Hold it now, in imagination, and feel its weight. This little book has ruled your days, not because it was powerful, but because you believed it. Open it for a moment and glance at a page. You see a line: whenever there is a chance of gain, something goes wrong. Another: when others are chosen, you are passed by. Another: you are the exception to good fortune. You do not need to read more. You know this book well. You have lived it. Now close it. Feel your hand close it with a firm yet gentle movement. You place your palm flat upon the cover. Your heart knows this book has comforted you in a strange way, for it gave you a story to explain disappointments, but your deeper self knows it has never truly served you. So tonight, we release it. In imagination, you look up and see before you a small fire burning in a hearth. The flames are warm and steady, not wild. You stand and walk towards it, not in fear but with quiet purpose. Feel your feet moving across the floor. Feel your fingers tightening around the little book. You come to the fire and pause. The flames flicker gently, casting soft light on your hands. Now hear me well. This act is not about punishing yourself. It is about freeing yourself. You hold the unlucky one for a final moment and say within yourself, you were only a story. I no longer choose you. Then, in imagination, you place the book into the fire. Watch it. See the paper. Catch the flame. The cover darkens, curls, then turns to ash. You hear the faint crackle as the pages, with all their lines of never and not for me, disappear. You stand calmly as it burns. You are not losing yourself, you are losing a lie. When the book is gone, you notice something: the room feels different. There is more space, more air. A burden you did not even know you were carrying slips from your shoulders. Take a deep breath in this imaginal room. Feel the new emptiness, like a cleared field ready for planting. Now, as you stand by that hearth, another book appears on a nearby table. This one is new. The cover is strong, the color rich. When you draw closer, you see, written in bright, clear letters on the front, the chosen one. Lay your hand upon it. Feel the firmness of it, the promise in it. This is the new story you will carry. Open it slowly. On the first page you see a simple line written as though addressed to you. You are the one life favors. Read it once, then again, and a third time. Let the words sink in. You are the one life favors. Feel how different that sounds in your inner ear. It is not noisy or proud. It is steady, like the voice of a dear friend who has known the truth all along. Turn the page. On the next you read, things work out for you in ways you do not yet see. Again, read it slowly. Things work out for you in ways you do not yet see. These are not wishes, they are statements. They do not beg, they declare. Turn another page. Opportunities appear for you at the right time. Doors open for you. You are always guided to what is yours. Let your whole body listen as you take in these lines. You may feel a small protest arise, an old voice whispering, but that is not how it has been. If it speaks, let it speak, and then quietly say to it, that was another book. That book is gone. I read a new one now. Close the book for a moment and hold it to your chest in imagination. Feel its weight against your heart. As you do, I want you to begin to shift the way you see yourself. Up to now, you have perhaps looked at yourself from above, as someone standing at the edge of life's feast, watching others be served first. But tonight I ask you to step away from that doorway and into a new place. See yourself now, not as the one standing outside, but as the honored guest. Imagine you are at a long table, where life is placing all manner of good things. You do not stand in the shadows. You are seated there in your own place. The chair is solid beneath you. The table is laid before you. You are not waiting for someone to say, you may sit. You are already seated. Feel this in your body. Notice how your spine lengthens a little. Notice how your shoulders relax and broaden. Your hands, in imagination, rest easily upon the table or in your lap. There is no nervous tapping, no restless gripping. You are not trying to steal a place. You are occupying the place that has always been yours. Now I will give you a new image, one that speaks very simply of being chosen. Imagine that there has been a drawing, a selection of some kind. Many names were placed in a container. There was no trick, no cheating. In your old story, you would have said, "They will call anyone everyone before they choose me." But in this new story, I want you to see and feel something different. The person in charge reaches in and draws out a slip. They unfold it. Their eyes move across the letters. Then they smile. And with a clear, strong voice, they speak your name. Hear it. Hear your own name. Called out, not in pity, not as an afterthought, but as the one selected. In that instant, notice what happens within you. There is a little pause, so small it almost cannot be seen, where the old habit wants to say, impossible. But then, the new book you hold presses against your heart and answers. Of course, naturally. I am the one life favors. Let the old response pass away. Let the new one take its place. You stand now as your name is called. Feel your body rise. Feel the small shift of weight as your feet find the floor. You are not stumbling. You are steady. Others turn and look toward you, not with envy, but with a kind of quiet recognition, as though they too knew, deep down, that this was right. Walk forward slowly. Each step is an assumption. I am the one who is chosen. I am that one. There is no strain in this walk. There is no bragging. It is as natural as breathing. When you reach the front, perhaps you are handed a token, a certificate, a symbol. I will not define it too narrowly. Let it be whatever, for you, stands as a sign of being singled out for good. Feel the object placed in your hand. Hear the words that accompany it. This is for you. They do not say, "We are sorry. We made a mistake." They say, "This is for you," and you answer with simple gratitude. Thank you. Not "Are you sure?" Not "Why me?" But "Thank you." This is the beginning of the shift. To no longer argue with good when it comes, but to accept it as your natural portion. Now as you lie there, let us bring this more intimately into your day-to-day sense of self. I want you to imagine waking in the morning, not in the bed where you now physically lie, but in the bed of your new self-concept. See yourself opening your eyes. The light in the room is soft. Before a single thought of to-do appears, there is a simple inner knowing that greets you. I am the one life favors. Feel how different it is to start the day on that note. Your chest is not tight. Your mind is not racing ahead to possible disasters. Instead, there is a quiet expectancy, like a man who knows a letter of good news is on its way, though he has not yet seen the envelope. You sit up in bed. Place your feet on the floor. Notice the absence of that old heaviness that used to whisper, "Another day of bad luck." That voice has grown faint, like an echo from another room, another time. In its place, a new voice speaks softly but firmly. Today, things turn in my favor. Today, I meet evidence of being chosen. You move through your morning. Perhaps you dress, perhaps you make your breakfast. As you do the same ordinary motions you have always done, there is a new posture within. When you look at yourself in the mirror, you no longer see the one who is passed over. You look into your own eyes and recognize someone who is selected, guided, accompanied by unseen help. Try this now in imagination. See your face in the mirror. Look directly into your own eyes and say within, very gently, "You are the one life favors. You are the one who is chosen." Watch your own expression as you hear it. At first it may look surprised, unused to such words. But say it again, with affection, as you might speak to a child who has forgotten his worth. You are the one life favors. You are the one who is chosen. As you go about your day, in this inner picture, things occur that once you would have called coincidence or luck. A door that was closed opens. A person remembers you and offers help. A piece of troubling news softens, resolves, or leads you indirectly to something better. With each of these imaginal events, you do not say, "What a strange stroke of luck." You say from this new identity, "Of course, this is how life treats the one it favors." Now as you are resting, perhaps already drifting near sleep, I want to give you a simple pattern to impress upon your subconscious. We will not make it complicated, for the subconscious responds best to simple, feeling-filled ideas. Here it is. The old sentence, I am unlucky, is replaced by I am chosen. Just that. I am chosen. Not I will be, not I hope to be, but I am. Say it within yourself now, as you lie there. I am chosen. Feel the words dropping down like small stones into deep water, sinking far beneath the surface. I am chosen. Do not shout it. Whisper it inwardly, but with conviction. I am chosen. Chosen by what? By the law of your own being, by that deeper aspect of you that knows itself as imagination, as God in action. You are not chosen at random. You are chosen because you dare now to assume that you are. If an old memory arises of a time you were not chosen, some schoolyard, some job, some opportunity where another's name was called, do not push it away. Instead, gently overlay it with a new scene. See yourself now in that place, but this time your name is the one spoken. Watch the scene flip. The announcement, the look on your face, the way your heart lifts. You are not changing the outer past. You are revising the inner memory, and by doing so, you are altering the present state from which you live. Understand that your self-concept is nothing more than a collection of such inner scenes, such repeated lines. Tonight, we are beginning the holy work of recollecting. We are exchanging, I am the one left out, for I am the one life includes. So as sleep comes nearer, I will lead you into one final, simple scene. It will be short, but we will repeat it, so that it may become the last picture imprinted on your mind before you cross the threshold. In imagination, you are sitting in a room that represents your life. It may be a waiting room, a hall, a simple chamber. There are others there too, each absorbed in their own thoughts. At the front of this room stands a figure, a messenger, a representative of life itself. This figure holds a list in their hand. You know that something good is about to be bestowed. A prize, an opportunity, a blessing. In the old story, you would have shrunk a little, bracing yourself to be passed over. But tonight, notice your posture. You sit upright, calm, available. You are not demanding, you are receptive. The figure at the front clears their throat and begins to speak. They read out a name, not yours. Someone else rises and goes forward. You feel neither envy nor despair. You simply think, good, there is enough for all. Then they read another name. Someone else rises. Again you remain calm, knowing that what is yours cannot be taken by another. Then the figure pauses, looks at the page, and with a small smile, calls your name. Hear it clearly. Let your own name fall upon your inner ear with warmth and certainty. As it is spoken, you feel a deep recognition. Yes, this is right. I am chosen. You rise, your feet carry you forward. Not in disbelief, but in acceptance. When you stand before the figure, they look at you with kindness and say, this is for you. They place in your hands a simple object, a key, perhaps, or a sealed envelope, or a token of some kind. Whatever it is, you know it symbolizes all you have longed for: acceptance, favor, good fortune. You close your fingers around it and say, once again, thank you. That simple gratitude seals the scene. You turn and walk back, knowing that from this moment on, you live as the one who has been chosen. We will go through this once more slowly, so that as you drift, it may sink in. You are in the room. You are seated. Others are there, but you are not comparing yourself. You are content. The messenger stands at the front with the list. The atmosphere is quiet with expectation. You feel no dread, only openness. The first name is called. Another rises and goes forward. You smile within yourself. Life is generous. The second name is called. Another rises. Still, you remain in peace. What is mine will come. Then your name is spoken. It is clear, unmistakable. You feel it reach your heart, as though it were always meant to. You stand. Your body is relaxed. your steps even. Before the messenger, you receive the token placed in your hands. This is for you, they say. You feel the object's weight, its reality. You answer, thank you. Not why, not how, but thank you. You know that this is not a rare accident. This is the pattern of your new life. You are the one life favors. You are the one who is chosen. Now as sleep draws over you, let all images grow gentle, diffuse like colors blending in twilight. You do not need to hold them sharply. You need only rest in the feeling that remains, the feeling of being selected, favored, wanted by life itself. Let one phrase be the last clear thought tonight. I am the one life favors. I am chosen. Say it inwardly once more, with your whole being listening. I am the one life favors. I am chosen. And as you drift beyond the reach of my words, your deeper self will go on hearing that, repeating it, building new inner scenes around it. In the days to come, outer events will begin to echo this new story, just as faithfully as they once echoed the old. You will find yourself in the right place at the right time. You will see doors open that once were closed. And when it happens, you will remember this night and say, yes, that was the night I stopped calling myself unlucky and began to live as the chosen one. Rest now in that truth. You are chosen. You are favored. You are the one to whom good comes. It is so. I want now to take you by the hand inwardly and lead you across what I have so often called the bridge of incidents. You have heard me say that once you assume the wish fulfilled, life rearranges itself and builds a bridge of events to carry you from where you appear to be to where you already are. In imagination, tonight we will not merely think about that bridge, we will walk it together. You are not here to design it, not here to decide which planks are placed where. You are here only to trust that every step, every meeting, every delay, every turn is moving you unfailingly toward the visible confirmation of what you have already accepted as true within yourself. Close your eyes and let your body grow heavy. Feel the weight of your limbs sinking gently into the bed or the chair. There is nothing demanded of you in this hour. You do not have to solve a single problem. You do not have to guess what will happen tomorrow. Your only task is to see and to feel. Let the outside world fade away as though it were a distant dream. There is only you, your imagination, and the quiet voice that tells you, it is already done. Now, in imagination, I want you to see before you a bridge. It may be an old stone bridge, weathered yet strong, stretching over a deep mist-filled valley. It may be a wooden bridge, its planks slightly worn by the footsteps of many who have walked it before. Choose whatever form comes naturally to you. What matters is not the material, but the feeling. This bridge leads from your present appearance to your already accomplished desire. It is the bridge from seeming lack to known fulfillment. Notice that it is evening. The sky above is darkening into a deep blue, and soft lamps or lanterns are placed at intervals along the bridge. These lamps do not illuminate the whole path at once. They only show you the next few steps. Beyond that short circle of light, all is shadow and mystery. This is the first lesson of the bridge. You are never shown the entire journey. You are given light enough for the next step, and you are asked to trust that the rest is there. Step onto the bridge now in imagination. Feel your foot meet the first plank or stone. Feel how solid it is beneath you. You do not test it with fear. You simply place your weight upon it and find it holds. Take another step. The light from the first lamp fades behind you, and the next pool of light appears ahead. You cannot see the far end of the bridge yet, but you know it exists. You know that somewhere beyond the mist, on the other side, you already stand as the one who has won, the one in whose hands the proof of wealth is tangible. As you walk, I want you to remember something very important. The bridge of incidents in your waking life will not always look like winning. It may look like ordinary days, ordinary conversations, even experiences that at first seem to go against your desire. But here, in this quiet inner walk, you are practicing a new response. Whatever appears, you will say, this too is part of my bridge. Let that phrase settle into you, for it will serve you well when you open your eyes again. This too is part of my bridge. Take another slow step. The boards beneath your feet creak softly, not with danger, but with age and character. You pass the first lamp. Its gentle glow slides off your shoulders, and the light from the next lamp begins to touch your face. This is how life works, after assumption. You leave one familiar situation. A new one comes into view. You do not need to see the whole route. You need only to keep moving in faith, knowing that the end is fixed. Now, as you walk, imagine that beneath this bridge lies all the facts of your present world. Unpaid bills, past disappointments, the old story of I never win. You used to live down there, wandering among those shadows, measuring your life by them. But now you are above them, crossing over. You can still sense them below, but they no longer dictate your path. You have set your course by a different light, the light of the assumption I have already won. Everything below is now only the echo of yesterday's beliefs, and you are no longer bound to it. A little way ahead, you see a slight bend in the bridge, where the lamps seem to disappear for a moment. You cannot see around the corner. This might represent, in your waking life, a sudden change you did not plan, a letter you were not expecting, a change of work, a delay in some payment, a conversation that seems to disturb your old plans. In the past, such things would have frightened you. You would have said, "See, nothing is working. I am unlucky again." But tonight, as we approach that bend, I want you to try a different approach. You come to the edge of the visible. The lamplight here is soft, almost fading. Beyond it is only a dim outline of the railing and the suggestion of more planks. You take a breath. You place your hand on the cool rail, and within yourself you say, very quietly, I do not need to see the entire bridge. I know where it leads. I know that I have already won. This bend too is part of my bridge. And with that simple acceptance, you take the step into the half shadow. Notice something. The moment your foot moves into that dim place, the next lamp awakens. A new glow appears further along, revealing the path anew. That is how life will respond to your trust. Each time you step forward in the conviction that all is guiding you to your assumed end, the next piece of the way lights up. If you insist on seeing the entire path before you move, you will stand in one pool of light forever and call it stuck. But if you dare to walk into what seems uncertain, the certainty of your assumption will summon the next event. As you continue along this imaginal bridge, I want you now to introduce into it some of the very things that have troubled you. Perhaps, in your outer life, you have lost a position, or a sum of money, or an opportunity. Perhaps you have received a notice demanding payment, or a letter that at first glance appears to bring bad news. Instead of seeing these as proof of failure, place them along your bridge as necessary stones. Imagine that, as you walk, you see a plank that is slightly uneven, or a stone that juts up and makes you adjust your step. You feel the little shift in your footing. Once, you would have turned back at such a sensation, saying, "The bridge is broken." Now you simply adjust and keep walking, saying within, even this discomfort, this change is part of the path that leads to my visible win. If you have recently experienced something that seemed like a setback, bring it to mind for a moment. See it not as a wall stopping you, but as a turning in the bridge. Perhaps you had to leave a certain place, or part from a certain person, or release a certain plan. In this inner picture, locate that as a curve or an incline in the structure beneath your feet. Feel yourself walking over it. Notice that, even with this change in direction or level, the bridge still leads forward. The structural strength has not been compromised. In fact, from this slightly higher part, you may now see just a little further. Ahead, through the soft mist, the far side of the bridge becomes more visible. You see there, waiting, a version of yourself, standing firm, relaxed, with something in your hands. You cannot yet make out every detail, but you know what it is. The physical form of the win you have already claimed within. Perhaps it is a ticket with the winning numbers. Perhaps a letter with a sum enclosed. Perhaps a bank book showing a balance you once thought impossible. The form is not your concern. What matters is that you sense, very strongly, that your own fulfilled self awaits you at the other end. Continue walking toward that figure. With every step you take, you are not trying to become that one. You are closing the apparent distance between who you think you are and who you already are in imagination. The bridge does not create the destination, it connects you in time to what is already true in eternity. Remember this, the end is fixed. When you assumed I have won, you planted the flag of your being on that far shore. This walk is simply your outer life catching up to that inner decree. Now, as you approach the middle of the bridge, pause and look back. In imagination, turn your head and see how far you have come. The entrance is still visible, but smaller, quieter. Down below, you can just make out the old landmarks of your previous state. The worry, the self-pity, the endless calculating of odds and chances. They seem distant now, like a village you passed through long ago. You feel no desire to return there. The bridge has carried you beyond it. Turn forward again. Ahead, the figure of your fulfilled self is clearer. You see now that their posture is easy, their face bright with calm satisfaction. In their hands is the proof that all your nights of assumption, all your quiet I am declarations, all your imaginal scenes have borne fruit. They are not straining. They are not clutching. They are simply standing as one who has received. Begin to walk again. With each step, I want you to attach to some real or imagined event from your daily life. For example, one step might be a conversation with a friend where you feel strangely uplifted and understood. Another might be a moment where a small amount of money comes to you unexpectedly, a forgotten refund, a little gift. Another step might be a sudden idea that comes into your mind about what ticket to buy or what action to take, not from panic, but from quiet inspiration. Each of these, whether small or large, you label in your mind, bridge. This is part of my bridge. Notice how this change in labeling alters your emotional response. Where once you might have said, this is meaningless, or this is against me, you now say, this too is for me. Even if I cannot yet see how. That attitude of trust is what makes the bridge firm beneath your feet. You now come to a place where the mist thickens for a moment. The lamps are further apart here, and there is a stretch of darkness between them. This could represent a time in your experience when nothing seems to be happening, when no visible progress appears. Perhaps days go by and you see no letter, no call, no outward sign. In the old state, you would have panicked, digging up the seed of your assumption saying, it is not working. But tonight, as you stand at the edge of that darker stretch, I want you to try something different. Feel into the darkness ahead and say within yourself, this apparent stillness is also part of my bridge. Even when I see nothing, my assumption is working. The structure holds, the end is still certain. And with that, you step forward into the dim. At first you see almost nothing, only the outline of the rail beneath your fingertips and the faint suggestion of planks underfoot. Yet, as you walk a little way, your senses adjust, you begin to feel more than see. You recognize that you are still on solid ground. After a few more slow steps, another lamp comes into view, bright and reassuring. This is what happens when, in a period of seeming inactivity, you choose not to uproot your desire with doubt. Eventually, a new event appears, a new contact, a new movement, and you say, ah, there is my lamp. The bridge never stopped. I only had to keep walking. Now we will bring this entire imaginal journey to its culmination. You are nearing the far end of the bridge. The lamps here are warmer, their light spilling onto the stones of the other side. You can clearly see your fulfilled self waiting at the end. As you draw closer, you notice their expression, a gentle smile, a calm joy that comes from knowing the outcome long before it appears. At last, you reach the final planks. One more step, and your foot touches solid ground on the other side. The moment you do, you feel a slight shiver run through you, like a bell being struck once, clear and resonant. You and that fulfilled self are no longer two. You are one. The distance between you has collapsed. In imagination, look down at your own hands now. They are the hands of the one who has crossed. Feel something pressed into them, the tangible representation of your win. It may be a ticket, its numbers clearly matching the ones drawn. It may be a check bearing your name and a sum that once seemed beyond reach. It may be any form of financial proof that speaks to you of abundance. Whatever it is, feel its texture, its weight. Look at it not with disbelief, but with a deep sense of course. This was always the end of my bridge. Lift your head and look around. The landscape here is different. Gone is the misty valley of doubt and old facts. Around you now is a clear, open space of ease and sufficiency. You sense that this is not a temporary accident, but the natural environment of your new self-concept. You are not a visitor here. You belong. In this feeling, say quietly within yourself, every step, even the ones I did not understand, brought me here. Every delay, every change, every so-called setback was in truth a plank in my bridge. Let gratitude rise, not a forced excitement, but a deep thankfulness for the wisdom of your own deeper self, which knew how to construct what your conscious mind could never have planned. Now, as you rest in this scene, I will give you a simple practice you can carry back into your waking days. Whenever something happens that seems strange, unwelcome, or simply ordinary, pause inwardly and say, this too is part of my bridge to the visible fulfillment of my assumption. If a letter arrives, you say it. If a letter does not arrive, you say it. If you meet a new person, if an old arrangement ends, if a door opens, if a door closes, each time you remind yourself, I have already crossed in imagination. This is merely the plank beneath my feet today. Take a breath now in this imaginal space. Inhale, feeling the solidity of this new shore. Exhale, releasing any need to question the path that brought you here. You have walked the bridge from trying to having, from hoping to knowing. The subconscious has recorded this journey as real, and in the days to come it will outpicture it in ways that seem natural, inevitable, almost ordinary. But you will know. You will recognize the pattern. You will say, ah, this is the bridge Neville spoke of. I feel the planks under my feet. Now let the clear scene gently soften. You do not need to hold every detail. You need only to keep the feeling that the end is certain and that life itself is your faithful bridge builder. As you grow drowsy, if you are not already, let one sentence be the quiet mantra in the background of your mind. I have already won, and every step is my bridge. Say it inwardly, slowly. I have already won, and every step is my bridge. Let that truth sink below the surface of thought, into the deep where all creation begins. You are safely carried. You are guided plank by plank, event by event, to the outer reflection of the inner victory you have now felt. Rest in that assurance. The bridge holds. The end is sure. You have already won. Now, my dear, before you drift completely into that sweet borderland of sleep, I want to gather everything we have spoken of and press it gently, simply into your heart. You may forget the many words, the stories, the analogies, but if a few simple truths remain alive within you, they will be enough to transform your world. So let me speak plainly now. I have told you again and again that imagination is the only reality. Not this table, not that wall, not the paper of the ticket, not the ink of the numbers. These are the shadows, the echoes, the outpictured forms. The reality is within you. It is the scene you dare to accept as true in imagination. It is the feeling you allow to take possession of you. That inner world is not a little private daydream. It is the workshop of creation. Whatever you consent to there, the outer world must one day reflect. I have shown you that assumption is the way. Not wishing, not hoping, not one day I will, but I am. And I have. When you assume that a thing is already true of you, and you remain loyal to that inner state, you have set in motion a law that cannot fail. Assumption creates. It draws to you the conditions, the people, the opportunities that match your inner acceptance. You are not chasing your desire is drawn to the state you occupy. I have told you that feeling is the power. Words without feeling are like seeds scattered on stone. Images without feeling are like pictures on a wall, pretty perhaps, but lifeless. It is what you feel to be true that the subconscious accepts. When you feel the joy, the relief, the gratitude of already having, that feeling is the stamp, the seal, the signature placed upon the imaginal act. That feeling impresses the deep, and the deep brings it forth. I have led you again and again to sleep, to that holy doorway between waking and dreaming. I have called it the state akin to sleep, where the senses grow quiet and reason loosens its grip. In that gentle drowsiness, the guard at the gate of your subconscious relaxes, and what you impress then goes in without resistance. This is why I have urged you to let the last thing on your mind be the wish fulfilled. For what you carry into sleep, you carry into the fertile soil of the deep. I have shown you the secret of letting go. You do the inner act, you feel the wish fulfilled, and then you release it. You do not tug at it. You do not dig it up. You do not torment yourself with how and when. You say within yourself, it is done, and you rest, knowing that the unseen processes are already at work. Letting go is not neglect, it is trust. I have spoken to you of silence, how your desire, spoken too soon to those who do not understand, is exposed to winds of doubt and cold looks of disbelief. How speaking scatters the energy that could have deepened your conviction. So I have urged you to keep your pearl within, to grow it in quiet, to let your results speak for you when the time comes. Your imagination is that secret place of the Most High, and what you do there needs no witness but God in you. I have reminded you that your self-concept is the true lottery ticket. You may hold a slip of paper in your hand, but the real winning ticket is the image you hold of yourself. If you see yourself as unlucky, unworthy, always passed over, you may win once and lose it all again, for the old self will reclaim its familiar state. But if you dare to see yourself as favored, as blessed, as the one to whom good things naturally come, then even if you lose a particular prize, another will rise to take its place. The outer form may change, but your inner fortune remains. Now, my beloved, let us do one last, simple, imaginal act together. I ask nothing of you now, but that you relax, and let me lead you. There is no effort in this. You do not need to move a finger. You do not need to think hard. You need only follow softly, like a child listening to a bedtime story. Imagine now that you are looking down at your hands. See them clearly in your mind's eye, as clearly as if you were looking with your physical eyes. In those hands, you are holding a ticket. You know what kind it is. You feel the slight stiffness of the paper. You notice the way it bends between your fingers. You can sense the faint texture beneath your touch. You lift the ticket a little closer to your face. You see the numbers printed there. They are clear, sharp. For a moment, you feel a strange quiet, as though the room itself is holding its breath. Then, slowly you realize these numbers match. They match perfectly. There is no doubt, no question. You have won. Let that realization move through you like a wave. Maybe at first there is disbelief, a little tremble of can this be? Let that pass into certainty. You check again, calmly, and again, and it is the same every time. The numbers match. You know what that means. Your life has changed. Not in some distant future, not one day, but now. Feel your breath catch just a little. Feel the warmth rising in your chest. Feel your hands grow a little unsteady, not from fear, but from the flood of joy and relief. You may hear your own voice saying something very simple. Perhaps, my God, it happened. Or thank you, or simply a soft, breathless laugh. Let that sound be real to you. Hear it with your inner ear. See yourself for a moment, standing there, alone, holding that ticket and understanding. You know the debts that will be cleared. You know the burdens that will be lifted. You know the gifts you will give, the ease you will feel. But right now, in this one condensed moment, you are not worrying about any of that. You are simply standing in the pure fact, I have won. Let this feeling spread gently through your body. No strain, no forcing. A quiet, deep, settled joy. Not wild excitement that burns out, but a solid, peaceful happiness, like a weight lifted from your shoulders. The struggle is over. The old way of thinking, the old story of lack, the old self that always felt on the outside, that is finished. You have stepped into a new state, and in this state, abundance is natural. Now, still holding that ticket in your inner hands, whisper within yourself in a way that feels entirely natural, thank you. Do not force emotion. Do not try to make the words grand. Let them be simple and sincere. Thank you. You are not begging. You are not pleading. You are not bargaining. You are acknowledging that it is done. As you stand in that inner scene, I say this to you as plainly as I can. You do not need to do anything outward tonight. You do not need to scheme. You do not need to reason. You do not need to strain or struggle. Listening and feeling is enough. The work required of you has been done in imagination. You have planted the seed. If thoughts come tomorrow or the next day saying, but nothing has changed, you may answer them gently. You are too late. The seed is already in the ground. You have impressed your subconscious with the feeling of the wish fulfilled. You may not see the sprout yet, but beneath the soil of appearances, life is at work. The bridge of incident is forming. The script is already being written, leading you from where you stand to the outpictured proof of what you now accept within. So I say to you, with the authority of one who has tested this law and found it faithful, you have planted the seed. The harvest is certain. You need not know the day or the hour, nor the exact path it will take. That is not your concern. Your part was to accept the end. The middle belongs to the wisdom of your own deeper self. If, as you lie here, you feel calm, that is enough. If you feel a soft joy, that is enough. If you feel only a slight loosening of fear, a gentle sense that perhaps, after all, it is possible that too is enough for tonight, you can always return to the scene, refine it, deepen it, but you do not need to fight for it. The law does not work by effort, it works by assumption. Let these simple truths rest with you now. Imagination is reality. Assumption creates. Feeling impresses. Sleep is the doorway. Letting go allows. Silence protects. And your self-concept governs all. You are not a beggar at the door of life. You are the operant power. You are the one who declares, I am, and the world answers. So, my dear, as you drift now from my words into your own private dream, keep that inner picture close for just a moment longer. Your hands, the ticket, the numbers, the quiet joy, the soft thank you. Then let even that sink down into the deep. You do not need to hold it with effort. The subconscious has heard you. Rest your body. Let your breath be easy and natural. If my words fade and you no longer follow each one, that is quite all right. I am speaking now to a part of you that does not sleep. It hears even when the outer ear grows heavy. It remembers even when the surface mind forgets. I will leave you with this final assurance, and I speak it as a simple fact. It is done. In imagination, you have won. In feeling, you have accepted. In the deep, it is already so. The outer world will, in its own good time, bow to what you have decreed within. So rest now. Let the night carry you. Let the silence around you be like gentle arms. You need do nothing more. The seed is planted. The law is in motion. Sleep, my dear. Rest now. It is done.